Rebels! Let's go! What is up, everyone? How about the rebellion, man? I'm feeling rebellious these days. Oh, hold on. What am I doing? I'm trying to minimize myself. Sorry, I've been a little rusty. Not that. Hold on 1 second. Trying to change my layout. What is up? I see some people in the chat. Let me figure out my background once again because I haven't done this in so long. I'm a little rusty. Give me a second. There it is. There it is. Something happened and it like went away. All right. What? Not that one. That one. All right. Sorry about the technical difficulties, everybody. Hello and welcome to the continuing of Zack Snyder's Rebellion. We are here to talk about Rebel Moon on Netflix, blowing up, debuting as #1 movie in the world once again, thanks to the partnership between Zack Snyder and Netflix. And man, this movie is just so insane. It deserves the engagement and the attention that we are giving it. And shout out to everybody who's in here supporting Zack Snyder and Rebel Moon Part 2, The Scargiver on Netflix. Let me say hello to people in the chat because I'm a little late. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties. We got Geek Defense Initiative. Rebel Moon is still #1 in Brazil. That's what's up. Shout out to everyone in Brazil. Man, I love Brazil. Some of my great, good friends that I've made over in my lifetime are actually from Brazil and great people. I want to go one day. I haven't been, but shout out to you for that update, Geek Defense Initiative. Yeah, as far as I know, Rebel Moon, it became #1 movie in the world when it debuted. It has slipped, truth be told, a little bit here in the US. I think I saw it at #3 because there's a lot of content that's coming to Netflix from other streaming services like Warner Brothers. Interesting that Warner Brothers has been licensing content to Netflix. And I know #1 was Anyone But You. It's a new movie that came out, so when new stuff comes out, people check it out, right, on Netflix. And King Richard, I think, was #2 when it first debuted. I think it showed up on Wednesday or Thursday, but then that has slipped. So now the Smurfs movie is #2, and Rebel Moon is still holding at #3. Rebel Moon Part 1 dropped out of the top 10, but I think we can get it back up there. So this stream is to get Rebel Moon, Part 2 back to #1. So thank you to Geek Defense Initiative for that update. I think in more countries, internationally, it is actually still #1. So in the US, we're slipping, but it's all right. We're going to definitely get back on track. I was chatting, or actually I saw that the homie Sil Abdul posted a little graphic. And as far as today, for the top movies on Netflix overall, in terms of popularity, that Rebel Moon is still #1. And Rebel Moon Part 2 is still #1, and Rebel Moon Part 1 is #5 as the top overall in the world, I think. And there's some kind of metric. We'll see if I can get some more information about how that metric is. And we might have some special guests show up. So stay tuned for the watch party. I'm going to get through the chat and then we'll get started. DC Talk, let's go. Good to see you, DC Talk. Thanks for showing up. Bat Dan's Thoughts, what's going on, buddy? Good to see you as always. We were supposed to have a spoiler review yesterday, but Bat Dan has some special merch coming in, so we had to reschedule that. And truth be told, I'm sorry I haven't been active on my YouTube channel and other YouTube channels as much as I want to. Life has been getting in the way. Bat Dan, I know you know how that is. So thanks for understanding, but good to see you, Bat Dan. I'm glad you're here rocking out with us. Curly Ray, what's going on? Good to see you, buddy. Showed up to Cartoons and Cereal this morning and got one of those awesome shirts from Ink to the People in support of AFSP, which is a cause near and dear to my heart. So shout out to a Curly Ray for showing support for Cartoons and Cereal by buying one of those awesome shirts that's for an amazing cause. You know, us as Snyder fans, we know about all the, you know, craziness that went on behind the scenes with Warner Brothers and the real life tragedy that Zack Snyder and his family suffered, you know, and them sharing their story, you know, has helped motivate others in sharing their stories, you know, and we are all humans, right? So one thing we can relate to is, you know, being compassionate and empathetic to others. And shout out to you, a Curly Ray, for rocking out on Netflix with Cartoons and Cereal and also supporting a great cause for AFSP. Ready for some Rebel Moon Part 2? Yes, sir. That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. Joseph Diaz. What's going on, Joseph Diaz? I like and appreciate this content and like this video. Thank you so much, Joseph. I've seen you showing love on some of my other Zack Snyder videos, so shout out to you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sell ZSJL to Netflix. Sell Snyderverse to Netflix. Hey, that's what we're here for. And, you know, I see Joseph Diaz. He's got another hashtag in here. But look, as long as you're a Zack Snyder fan and you supporting Zack Snyder and engaging with Rebel Moon, we support whatever, you know. So shout out to you, Joseph Diaz, for being here and showing love on Netflix. That's what we're here for. I'm excited and hyped for Rebel Moon 2 and 3. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's going on, Curly Ray? Hey, Sean Franklin. Thanks for showing up. Do I like Waco, Texas? Waco, Texas. Yeah, I mean, I drove in through Waco a lot. I have family in Dallas, and oftentimes Waco was a pit stop. So I've never really like been there, you know, for extended stays, but I've definitely visited Waco. It's a pit stop area and I've checked it out. It's a lot of fun. You know, we call it Waco, Texas, of course. But that's just, you know, as a way to you know, rib a little bit. But Waco is fun. It's a great place from what I've experienced so far. Oh, there's an Amber Alert going on. 1 second. Hey, Bat Dan's got a Cartoons and Cereal shirt as well. All right, Bat Dan. So which shirt did you get? You didn't post it, did you? Curly Ray posted his, so need to hear about which design you ended up going with. I think there was the blue, the green, and the white, but I forget what the names were for each. So Good Austin and Necron were talking about them on Cartoons and Cereal on Skywalker the Jedi's channel. So check that out if you haven't seen the new designs of Cartoons and Cereal inktothepeople.com t-shirts. Sells ZSJ to Netflix. Yes, sir. Sells Snyderverse to Netflix. All right. And Joseph Diaz doing the same thing. Hey, you know, as long as you're supporting Zack and showing love, we appreciate it. So thank you, Joseph Diaz. Same as Curly's replied to his comment. Okay, I'll have to check it out. I've been a little busy earlier. I was doing some other stuff. Bat Dan, I think you know what's been driving me crazy and holding me up. But yeah, good to see you. So before we get started on the watch party, I just wanted to do something real quick. I don't know how much time I'm going to have to stream and stuff. It's in flux, long story, personal life stuff. So what I wanted to do while we get some more people in here is do a quick little recap of what I thought non-spoilery of Rebel Moon Part 2. For people who haven't seen it, I know most people have, right? But we want to actually share with new people, and I've been encouraged. I've sent this stream, you know, and talked to friends who haven't seen Rebel Moon Part 2 but are interested. But I figured I'd give my non-spoilery thoughts, talk about the LA premiere, fan screening premiere that I was able to go to and meet up with Skywalker the Jedi, Brett Colbert of the King's Gaze, his wife, and also South Cali guy. And I saw some other people in the Zack Snyder fandom as well. So it was a really cool event. So basically that was an amazing event. That was my first movie screening premiere. And it was very interesting how to get to be able to go. It was basically a luck of the draw kind of thing, with one iota, as Skywalker has talked about. Skywalker got a one up, in my opinion, because he actually flew across the country and went to New York City for the New York City premiere pre-party, which was like the Songs of the Rebellion debut and the Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon photo book premiere launch. And so he got to go to the pre-party and meet up with Zack Snyder. And once again, Zack supporting #Cell and saying that they're ready to go because what they've learned thanks to Rebel Moon right on over there. Hey, looks like we have Rebel Moon 2 is a masterpiece and global phenomenon. Yes, it is. It looks like we have the Bishop. What's going on, Bishop? Hey, Josh, just stopping by to say hi, getting ready to record my new show. Much love. Thank you. And Bishop has been killing it. If y'all have not subscribed to the Bishop's channel, he is doing some awesome content. Really unique, I think, to the YouTube space. You know, he's actually just giving a part of himself and talking about, you know, funny stories and life experiences that can really help others. And it's kind of gotten me, you know, to know Bishop in another level. And I really want to express gratitude to you, Bishop, for opening yourself up to the YouTube space, because it's scary. Like, you know, I don't say that I'm a professional YouTuber. I always kind of joke about that. I say I'm not a YouTuber and then do YouTube streams and go on other people's shows, right? But it's, you know, it's not the easiest thing. Navigating the chat and being on, you know, making sure everything is good. But shout out to you, Bishop, for the content that you're doing on your channel. Go give him a like and subscribe to his channel. Thanks for being here, Bishop, and stopping by. ZSJL 2 and 3, the masterpiece. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So like I was saying, so so Skywalker ended up going to the New York City one, but he didn't get tickets to the actual fan premiere, right? So he ended up going to the Hollywood one, and I was able to go. Luckily, unfortunately, it was very last minute, so I didn't really want to advertise that I was going to be able to go because it was just a lot of like craziness and scheduling and personal life stuff to juggle around. But oh, Bishop, thank you so much, Josh. You guys are the ones that inspire me. Hey, it's reciprocal, right? We inspire each other. So shout out to you, Bishop. But yeah, so I ended up getting to go, and man, that event was awesome. It was more focused on fans. Like it was interesting because Netflix, you know, they did the red carpet and all that for part one. And I thought about it, and that kind of makes sense, right? Because it's a new franchise, so you're going all out, right? And you're really you know, showing Hollywood and the world what it is, the movie is. And, you know, of course, the reception came out and the review bombing came out of part one, but inevitably, Rebel Moon, part one, A Child of Fire, global phenomenon, like Joseph Diaz says, and #1 movie on Netflix during Christmas time, right? And so you got to keep that in mind. It stayed for 2 weeks, I think. 2 weeks, #1, and maybe a week and a half, I think. And then ultimately, I think it kind of dropped off. But like Zach said, Netflix, he's getting straight numbers from Netflix. 90 million views. When you do times 2, 180, because Netflix assumes 2 viewers per household, you know. So, hey, 180 million views, more views than Barbie, right? When you do all the math and you do the ticket prices, and you know, Barbie made $1 billion, you know, but hey, Zach ultimately got more views thanks to the platform that Netflix had that is worldwide, you know, and so popular, and the #1 streaming service with 270 million subscribers, with no other streaming service coming close, right? So yeah. And so anyways, the reception, you know, was whatever. It's always the same kind of reception of Zack Snyder's movies. And so it's ultimately, this one was more, the rollout was more dedicated to fans, because Netflix saw how these access media types, the criticisms, some criticisms, I guess, were valid, you know, I could see how some people felt like maybe part one was, it wasn't a full movie, I guess. Not really. But when you know there's part two, you can't really judge a movie like that, right? Like Sky has always used the analogy of Kill Bill, right? Nobody was saying, oh, we don't know the main character's name until part two, blah, blah, blah. Like little stuff like that. It was just, you were along for the ride. So the criticisms is just kind of like, I don't know. I guess you could call them criticisms, but I just think that they were just illogical, in my opinion, a lot of them. But, Zack did it again. And Rebel Moon Part 2 was focused on the fans. Netflix was focusing on the fans. So I ended up getting to go to a fan screening with Brett Colbert, Skywalker the Jedi, South Cali guy, and the commander of the King's Gaze, and his wife as well. And so it was awesome. Saw some other Snyderverse fans that were there. I actually got recognized because of Full Circle. People were like, oh, you were that guy dressed up as Batman and Superman and Wonder Woman. Yes, me. Took some pictures with some people. So it was really, really fun time. But yeah, it was Rebel Moon Part 2. Man, I loved Part 1. And I've been on record in saying that I didn't know I was going to like Part 2 Part 1 as much as I did. Part 2, seeing it in theaters, I'm a little biased because I got to see a theatrical experience, my first time, right? But man, when Zach and Debbie and Wes came out, Wes, the hype, the hype was there. Before the event started, Zack Snyder, or when the event started, Zack Snyder came out leading the charge, went straight to fans, started taking pictures, and I had video of Dan Lin right next to Deborah Snyder for anybody who wants to keep perpetuating the narrative that Dan Lin hates Zack Snyder and Snyder fans because of that bot comment joke that he played off of on a radio interview, right? So Dan Lin was out there supporting, one of his top auteur directors at Netflix. So if anybody wants to have that narrative, go to my social media and we can talk about that. Why Dan Lin was there in support as the head of Netflix Films. Shout out to Dan Lin. But yeah, so the experience part 1 was amazing. Zach and Debbie and Wes came out. Huge applause, huge ovation. The hype was just electric when the lights went out. Everybody was cheering. And part 1 was very much, setting the stage part 1 was setting the stage, and then they concluded that arc, right? Or that battle with Noble and the betrayal of Kai. And part 2 was very much getting us caught up what happened right after the resurrection of Noble. So I loved that they explain and they really set the stage for the real battle that's coming, because Zach has been very honest that part 2 was the conclusion basically for one big movie, right? But because of the Netflix model, chopped it up to 2 parts, and I think it was successful. I really loved part 1. I did. But I could see how some people might have felt like, okay, I need to see the full story. Now that I've seen the full story, very much think part 1 works in tandem with part 2. They're parts, right? So when you try to compare them, it's really hard because it's one movie essentially. And Zach has been very vocal about that at the premiere. Zach and Debbie just talked about how they wanted us to play them back to back, and they ultimately both got in the top 10 when they debuted. Rebel Moon Part 2 is number 1, and Rebel Moon Part 1 was number 5 according to Netflix metrics. So it got to number 3 actually according to Zach when it debuted in the world. So amazing. Oh, let me get caught up with the chat because I see somebody stopping in. Some more people stopping in. Let's see. Netflix. Yep. Tell them Bat Dan. The director's cuts are coming. Yeah, we'll talk about that. My favorite characters in Rebel Moon Part 1 is Nemesis, General Titus, Darien, Blood X. Yeah, the Rebels are great, man, right? The Team Rebels. Barbie wasn't even that good. Moon is a better movie in The Flash as well. I agree, Bet Dan. Release the director's cuts. Hey, they're coming. We know they're coming. Exactly. One critic criticize Lord of the Rings based solely on the first. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I had so hoped that Rebel Moon worked, not only because of Zack Snyder, but because it humiliated the critics and influencers so hard. Yep. We keep winning, right? Jimmy, Cora, Devra. Yeah. Hey, shout out to Skywalker the Jedi. Much love, Josh. Appreciate you holding it down and keeping the viewership going 100%. That's what we're here for, Sky. I don't know if your ears were ringing earlier, but I was mentioning you and all the work you put in for this movement. So shout out to you. Zack Snyder is Snydering more than he has ever Snydered. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He did. He is. He did, and he still is. Zack Snyder is actually a trilogy. It's just that each movie is in part 2. Yep. Activated. Also had a smile on my face when they mentioned Task Force Cryptea. Yeah. Sorry I couldn't make it for cartoons and cereal this morning, guys. I'm a bit on the mend, but glad you guys got to see the new shirts. Yes, sir. I mentioned those earlier. Bat Dan and Curly Ray have posted their shirts that they got. So shout out to you guys, the Cool Table Syndicate Network, for getting those amazing shirts out. And the anniversary of cartoons and cereal. For those who don't know, every Saturday, pretty much every Saturday for like a year now, Skywalker the Jedi has showed up for us, this community, for Zack Snyder, for Netflix, and engages in cartoons and cereal events, watching content that Netflix has every Saturday morning. Started with Justice League, the animated series, which is amazing, as we all know, and ended up evolving. More recently, they've watched everything from Pokemon to Power Rangers, the reunion movie, to a lot of anime like Blood of Zeus, and more recently this Saturday, Castlevania Season 2. So if you're interested in anime, in cartoons and animation, for mostly for adults, but there's some like Pokemon that was more age appropriate for children. Check out Skywalker the Jedi's channel. Him and the Cool Table are doing those streams. Shout out to the good Austin and El Boogie Necron, as Sky likes to call him, for holding it down today while Skywalker the Jedi was recovering in the great warmth of the Fortress of Solitude. So shout out to you, Sky. Shirts are awesome, right? DC Talk. Those are at inktothepeople.com. Hashtag or /sells_ZSJL. So go check those out. Curly Ray says, I got my shirt ordered. I got the neon blue super, and I think all of the shirts look great. Yeah. So yeah, like as I was saying, like Rebel Moon Part 2, amazing. Start getting your Netflix queued up. We're already almost 24 minutes in. I'm rambling like I always do. We'll get started here. Got my belt cheddar. Belt cheddar cheese popcorn ready with Cora on it. Got my homeboy Jimmy ready. It's a speaker, but I just wanted to kind of look at this in between. So yeah, get your Netflix queued up. So yeah, Part 2, in my opinion, this is the finale, right? This is the climax. And so if you have not seen this movie, I encourage you, watch it on the biggest screen possible that you can with surround sound. Get your, turn off the lights, turn off any distractions, because you just need to lock in, because this is a wild ride. We learned so much about our rebels that we kind of got hints of in Part 1, but in Part 2, we really get to see it play out. And there's a lot of stuff that Zach is saying that we will talk about after we watch it. I know most of us have seen it, but there's maybe some that haven't. So, oh yeah, that's right. Blue Eye Samurai is another cartoons and cereal stream that Skywalker and the Cool Table has done that was pretty awesome. So check that out as well. Yeah, DC Talk is yes. Shout out to the Cool Table for holding it down this morning as well. I would be lost without those guys. Yay. This is, the Justice League unites for a reason, right? And so when you gotta, tag out Sky, no worries, the Cool Table shows up. That's why it's the Cool Table. I imagine the Justice League little round table, that's the Cool Table right there. You in the Justice League back there. El Boogie, Batman of the New Geeks, Leon, Lieutenant Leon, the Flash, the good Austin himself, Skywalker the Jedi, and you know, room for more, room for more. So shout out to you guys for doing what you do and inspiring this. And shout out, I wanted to give a shout out to Sil Abdul. He's the one who hit me up. And you know, I've done watch parties before when the DCEU, Zack Snyder's movies showed up on Netflix. Real life has gotten in the way, but you know, things have kind of slowed down for the second weekend of Rebel Moon Part 2's release. So I figured might as well, you know, show up and do some more engagement. So shout out to Sil Abdul for showing love. He did a watch party with Retro Nerd Girl on the drop time. I think it was like 3 a.m. for him. And I realized, like, I thought it was 3 a.m. for me too, but it was actually like 2 a.m. So I stayed like awake thinking that I needing to stay awake until 3 a.m. But it was actually only till 2 a.m. But I had already seen the movie. So, of course, I ultimately was watching part 1 over and over again before the time it dropped, and then fell asleep. So shout out to Sola Abdul for doing this watch party. Shout out to Skywalker the Jedi. Shout out, I think Qatar actually did a watch party as well. The Bat Channel did a watch party, and there's a lot of other people doing watch parties. So shout out to everyone. Oh yes, Taladia Plays. What's going on, buddy? Comics League did a watch party for Rebel Moon as well, and Taladia, I think, was part of that. And shout out to Comics League for just now passing 1K subscribers. They got a special cameo from the Lord himself, Darkseid. Bray Porter did a cameo for Jared and Comics League, and to congratulate them on 1K subscribers. So that stream was yesterday. You can go check that out on Comics League. Great guys. Jared, really knowledgeable about comic books. Taladia is always on there. So good to see you. Hey, how's everyone doing? Good to see you, Taladia. About to get started. I wanted to give you all some time to give me some thumbs up. Let me know if you're on all zeros so we can get started for this Rebel Moon engagement watch party. So yeah, this let me show you. This was what we had gotten as our popcorn, free popcorn for Rebel Moon. And I wanted to show this off. This is a copy of the ticket that we got. And I actually lost. So I actually, they also gave us, oh, those are the tickets actually. They actually gave us these little flyers that were good for merch inside the Netflix store. I was recognized by some AFSP volunteers that I networked with at Full Circle. They had a booth, AFSP booth there, and I ended up participating in a network, talking with the LA chapter for AFSP, the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. Ended up getting information to participate in Out of the Darkness walk here in my city back in October. As somebody who's been affected by suicide, I've lost my stepbrother in 2018. And so because of that relationship, because of Zack Snyder and Full Circle, having that booth there, I networked with AFSP. And so some of the volunteers from Full Circle that I talked with and that helped me get information to participate in my city ended up recognizing me and being at the premiere. And so it was really good to see those people. And so anyways, I dropped my little like discount card or whatever, and I was so mad. And so after the screening, I was like looking around and people had actually like dropped theirs. And so I was like, I'm gonna take theirs. So these are my little like keepsakes for Rebel Moon Part 2 premiere. Amazing, my first ever movie premiere, and it was a lot of fun. So I wanted to show that off before we get started. All right, I see. Let me catch up with the chat as we'll get started here pretty soon. We're 30 minutes in. We'll go ahead. Rebel Moon Part 2, Rebel Moon Part 3. Hey, that's why we're engaging with this to keep Rebel Moon in the conversation and get Part 3 and 4 faster. By the way, William reached 1K for his AFSP charity stream tonight. All right, shout out to him. And I know they're doing some work for AFSP, so that's amazing. 15K? Oh wow, he got 15K. Wow, that's amazing. Hey, I'm I'm just happy to have, you know, some people here in the chat. So that's awesome. Congratulations on 15K. Speaking of Netflix store, has anyone in here ordered the Wolf Plague? Or should I say Flag? Okay, Korra's Flag from the Netflix store. That's awesome. I did see that they have those at Curly Ray, so no spoilers for those who haven't seen. I know most of us have, but there are some flags or banners in this movie, and I guess you can actually order those from Netflix. So yeah, check that out online. There's some exclusive merch for the movie, and I'm sure there's going to be more as more people see this. All right, so everybody on all zeros, let's get this thing started. Let's see. I see Joseph Diaz is ready. DC Talk 82 is ready. And I saw some other, Bat Dan's thumbs up. All right. So I'll give you guys a countdown. Here we go. Let's go and get ready to play Netflix. Rebel Moon Part 2, not Part 1. This is for Part 2. We might do a Part 1, Part 2, back to back eventually. So stay tuned. All right. Get ready. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play. Let's go. Rebel Moon Part 2, The Scargiver on Netflix. Oh, no worries, Curly Way. I mean, I know. We've all mostly seen it, right? We've all mostly seen it. SPR Dave 77, let's go. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. So when the music started at the fan screening, it does very much remind you of Part 1, right? Like there's some similarities. And so I heard like Sil and I think Good Austin, I think, and some other people say when they first started it, they were like, wait, is this Part 1? And you get the Jimmy narration, right? So good. You gotta have Anthony Hopkins, you know, narrating this crazy looking droid who actually it turns out to be adorable. Admiral Noble. And I apologize. I have not had time to eat all day, so I'm gonna be snacking. I got my Velt cheddar. Anybody got some snacks for the movie? Oh, just in time, guys. We got a special guest showing up. We got the one, the only, Mr. Where is he at? Is he there? There he is, Batman. What's going on, buddy?
Nothing, just excited to watch this great movie again and just my TV's over there, so I'll be turning my head back and forth, but just hearing Jimmy's voice again. It's just I love the way that Jimmy says gunner, how he says gooner.
Gunnar. I noticed that too. I was like, wait, is everybody pronouncing it wrong? Because I would say Anthony Hopkins probably knows the
It
most.
could just be a dialect thing too, is what I'm thinking.
I could see Zach being like, oh yeah, I'm not going to correct him. Just go ahead. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, this guy has a much bigger role in this movie than he did Part 1.
Cassius,
Yeah.
as I've made the joke, that's played by Alfonso Herrera. So yeah, I was kind of glad to see him get some more screen time. No relation to me, unfortunately. But I was actually watching this with my mom, and she was like thoroughly invested. And I was like, Mom, does that look like my grandpa? Because my father's dad. I was like, does that look like my grandpa? She's like, yeah, it does. And I was like, Maybe we were related. She's like, maybe. That's on my dad's side, the Hispanic side. And I've heard Cassius, yeah, in the book, he has a lot more. There
Well,
could be.
He's a really famous actor in Mexico, isn't he? He's like one of. So I feel like Zack would, if Zack Snyder's gonna cast someone like that, I feel like he has to. Let's just say Zack would have big plans for him. I feel like he wouldn't just give him some minor role in part one. So I wouldn't be surprised if the director's cut he had a bigger, because the director's cut's based on or the book's based on the director's cuts.
Right. 100%.
So
yeah, I could
actually,
see. Go ahead.
I was gonna say it's actually why Zod Writer doesn't like part one of Rebel Moon, because he read the book. So now it's like after. I mean, I shouldn't like say he like really doesn't like it, but like it ruined the movie for him because he saw the superior version or read the superior version.
I could see that's why I have it. I literally have the book right there. I'm looking at it. But yeah, I didn't want to. For those who don't know, no spoilers in the chat. But the books, the novelizations that you can buy are for the director's cuts, the Snyder versions of the movies that will be coming out in August. Stay tuned. But these movies are alternate universes. So apparently what we're seeing in this movie may or may not happen in the director's cuts. So who knows? Who knows? Maybe Cassius is really the villain in the director's cuts.
Well, I just hope that like part 3 and 4 also have director's cuts. Like I hope like this carries through the other movies.
It has to, right?
Yeah, well, because I kind of agree with like Trey and Corey's sentiment is that once you see the director's cut, there's no reason to watch the theatrical or the studio version, I should say again, because even Lord of the Rings, people don't watch the theatrical cuts, even though those are regarded as some of the best movies out there because you just have the superior version. But the problem is if you don't continue with the director's cuts from Rebel Moon Part 1 and 2, you kind of have to watch the studio versions then because that's the continuity it would follow.
See, I'm interested back then because I watched Corey and Trey. Shout out to the Bat channel. I watched their reviews and what they had to say, and I agree with them as far as like typical, right? Like typical director's cuts, you're always gonna go. I agree with what Trey said. You're always gonna go with the director's cuts, right? That's the actual vision. But I wonder if with this being crazy that R-rated and just like balls to the wall, I know like we as Snyder fans are gonna love the director's cuts, right? But I wonder if general audiences are gonna love the director's cuts like we love it. So I could see a lot of GA liking the regular theatrical Netflix versions more. And like we're saying, who knows? There might be some story elements in the theatrical, I call them theatrical, in the Netflix versions that might not happen in the director's cuts that we might like. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how this all rolls out. More than likely, we'll like the director's cuts, right? Because that's Jack's.
Oh, we'll definitely will. And I think a lot of these self-proclaimed YouTubers probably will too, to be honest.
Well, these YouTubers that have criticisms, I'm just like, it's so funny. Oh, there's the pyramid that I was talking about earlier. I don't know if anybody caught it, but the all-seeing eye was there when Cassius was communicating with Eris. And shout out to Batman Jimmy himself. Did you get the sense that he was kind of Batman-esque back then?
Yeah, I did, especially with the way he mysteriously appears and just even like the fight choreography. Because people say Superman, but the thing is, Superman's not a fighter. Superman's just really strong, but he's not like technical, skilled in fighting the way that Jimmy seemed to be.
I agree. I can agree with that. I mean, Henry Cavill Superman is a fighter, obviously, but
Well, yeah, I mean, to a point. I mean, A little bit, yeah, but definitely not as much as like Batman was a fighter. I mean, he was definitely held up enough against Zod, but that's actually why Zack explored that really well, though, in my opinion, though, was why Zod was a formidable foe. It's because he was a fighter and not as much as T'Challa was.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Like as far as like trained, like Superman's not really typically as well versed as Batman. Did you see the little featurette that they had? Rebel Moon posted on Twitter and on Instagram about Jimmy that
Oh
Zach
no,
was.
I haven't.
I mean, it's just like a little 1 minute clip, but it's Zach talking about how they're killing machines, and but when the king dies, they obviously change their ways, and apparently we didn't realize this, but they love to be called JCs. 1435 is his code, right? Because that's what he's programmed. And Jimmy, when Marcus says it's a Jimmy man, oh, that's derogatory to them. They don't like to be called Jimmys.
Oh, really?
So when we know when Cora says what she says later on in the film, she's actually showing respect to him by calling him by his actual real name. So it's kind of, I found that kind of interesting. I was like, we've been using this derogatory, this poor, beautiful little Anthony Hopkins baby. You've been calling him Slain.
I feel kind of bad now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, JC. I didn't know. I would have called you the correct thing otherwise, or I won't say the other name yet.
Well, I mean, I literally have a shirt with the marketing where it says Jimmy. So, I mean, blame the marketing department if it's really that derogatory. And they also had the stand-in, the actual physical actor, Dustin Crichton, I think his name was Crichton. And apparently it sounded like Anthony Hopkins recorded his dialogue first, and then they gave the actor the dialogue to listen to, so that when he did the physical movements, he was doing them to sync with Anthony Hopkins' performance.
Oh, interesting.
Which is kind of different, right?
Yeah, so it's not like so like the actors though still heard Dustin speaking, just we the audience. But Dustin was like hearing like headphones type things essentially is what you're saying.
I want to watch. I haven't watched the documentary thing. What I imagine happened, the way the clip kind of implies it, is that maybe Anthony Hopkins just did a line reading, right? And then maybe not, that wasn't necessarily the one for the movie, but it kind of gave Dustin a kind of an idea for how he's physically going to have those movements shown on screen.
Okay.
But we'll see. I mean, I want to watch that documentary, and I don't know if they go into. Have you watched it yet?
No, there's. Oh, what up, Sin Havoc?
What's up, Sid?
Yep.
Have
Oh,
it.
yep.
One Punch Dan. We love that. And shout out to you, One Punch Dan, wish for your shirt.
Yep. Thanks.
No, I gotta disagree with you. SPR Dave, one of my.
And it's funny because I didn't really care for her that much in the first movie. I was just like, why couldn't it be her instead of Blood Axe? But we can spoil the first movie, right?
Yeah. I mean, you can spoil it if you want to, but I invited some friends who haven't seen it, and they were like, oh, "Okay, cool." So I didn't want to, just in case. But yeah, go ahead and spoil the first one.
But this one made me care about her a lot more. But to be fair, we just didn't see a lot of her in the first one, and she wasn't. And to be fair for us, with Darian, who's played by Ray Fisher, it's so funny because like I have my lights off right now because I can see the picture better with the lights off, and it's like as on YouTube, you can like see which scene I'm on at certain points because of how the lights turn. You're muted, or
Oh
maybe
yeah.
I'm muted.
No, I was gonna say that's good because then it will help us, sync it back up again if we get unsynced.
Yeah, well, I think I'm slightly on sync because it didn't play right away for me. It's like I might be like, but I think I'm literally off by like a second, so not worth trying to.
I'm seeing Cora caress Gunner's chest in bed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm seeing it.
I
I'm
think
seeing that too, but
we're pretty
kind
close.
of itch. Do you ever just get like itchy when you know it's like a hard spot to scratch? Oh, thanks. It's like this always happens to me when I'm streaming though. It's like when I have my headphones on over my hat, all of a sudden my head just gets really itchy. It's like,
Well, I'm biased, SPR Dave, because I actually got to meet Milius at the screening, and they were amazing. They got a shout out from Zack Snyder during the Q&A, actually. And that character, in my opinion, like is an MVP. And a lot of before Part 2 came out, they really kind of Zach was talking about how Milius is kind of a forefront character as far as the Blood X's go, and I really do think that that is the case once you see how integral Milius is to the rebellion and the fight on Belt, which I won't spoil, but I think we all know how it plays out, right? Have you, Sin? Have you watched Knuckles yet? What'd you say?
James Gunn references.
Where? Oh, the Peacemaker.
Oh, they didn't say it yet.
Oh,
Sorry, I cut you off right there. I just said it quickly because it was coming up.
what's going on, Costello's way? Good to see you, buddy. How's the renders going? Good to see you, homie. Yeah,
I was watching this part one with a friend, and she had I'll just say, and it's coming up, she had a prediction about Belisarius that she ended up being right about.
Oh, okay. You're gonna tell me when it happens?
Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
And what up, Costello?
Good to see you, homie. Are you cooking anything for us? I know you always are. I think maybe you had some families going.
Yeah, looks like he is.
Can't wait for the feast. So this scene, Bat Dan. Oh, what did you feel the first time you saw it?
I was actually impressed by Zack Snyder with this scene because, well, first of all, I thought it was really creative that you actually had actual musicians play the background music. Because normally, like the background music, it's not like actually there; it's just we, the audience, here. But this time, and I'll just say Zach didn't go the obvious direction, like the direction that you thought he would go. That seemed like the right action to do, but that's why I loved it so much. We'll
I
see
get
that
I get
coming up
that.
with.
And you got the whole Julius Caesar reference, of course.
Oh, that's a Julius. I mean, I know who Julius Caesar is, but oh, right. Didn't they? I mean, I'm not really a history buff, so I wouldn't.
Yeah, the
But
betrayal.
like, they played music when they killed him, right? That's what that was.
I don't know if they played music, but he definitely died this way. From what history depicts, but who knows? None of us were there. But what popular culture has perpetuated. No worries, Costello's way. Thanks for showing up. As long as we're engaging
Okay,
with
it happened now. She predicted that Belisarius killed the king.
Okay.
So, I mean, I mean, I guess the king's not technically dead yet. Sorry, but I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that he wasn't going to heal and get killed again.
See, I knew that there would have to be like more to the slain king, you know. From part one, we only barely got any of this iconic actor, Carrie Elwes. So I'm glad that we got to see this, you know, how it played out. Cora, come on, girl. How did you feel about that?
See, that's what I was impressed with. I thought for sure Cora was going to back out the last minute, and yep, see, you can see it right now, the light shining. But I thought for sure that Korra was going to back out at the last minute, and that's why she was wanted.
Yeah, I didn't think like I said on Skywalker's stream. All my theories were well. I'll say this: I said, seeing this movie, all my theories were proven wrong. But knowing that Zack has 6 movies possible planned out, who knows? Truths that we think we know in this movie may turn out to not be the case in other movies. So, because we know what happens at the end when we find out, the revelation. So, even though we're seeing something, who's to say this is how it really played out?
Well, especially there's like a scene that coming up real soon where I don't think it necessarily played out that way, actually, just Korra's perspective. Like when everyone's like saying murderer like that, I don't think that's what really happened. I think that's how Korra is remembering it.
Because it is like, if you think about it, so I was watching this scene with my mom. So she only got to see the first hour. She wasn't over here. I think I told you, remember, she was going to visit. And so she ended up coming. Mm-hmm. And she was just, it was like, I started the movie at like 10 o'clock at night because we were like visiting. She had to be up at 4 a.m. for work. So she literally watched until like 11 o'clock the first hour. And I was like, Mom, you need to go to bed. You have to go get up and like, you're not going to have any sleep. And she was just thoroughly invested. And so when we saw that scene, how they're like, murderer, she was like, wow, this is really like dramatic. Like they're really like blaming her like that. And so it made me start thinking, I was like, well, maybe, is this really how it played out? Maybe the scribes made her think this is how it played out. I don't know.
I just assumed it was kind of like a post-traumatic stress type of induced memory, but that could...
Yeah.
That could be it too.
That would make sense, Ben.
Yeah, that would actually... Because there was definitely some programming that she had. Is that... I mean, think about it. Why didn't she just kill Balisarius right there? She had the opportunity to. But there's still part of her that wants to... Like, I kind of think of her programming in a way kind of like Order 66 with the inhibitor chips. Like, she was essentially programmed to kill the Princess Issa right there. But once that programming happened, it wasn't like... It kind of slowly started to wear off a little bit. Like Order 66. They killed the Jedi, but once that happened, the clones kind of slowly started reverting back to their normal selves.
True.
So that's kind of what I would tell Superboy Corey. Much love to you, man, but that's what I would totally tell you in that your little argument against Korra right there. It's just like the inhibitor chip in Order 66.
I'm surprised you're going against Super Bro after, he's quoting hashtag Obi-Wan gave up and everything.
I mean, he also has his Christmas decorations up all year too.
So you got to give him a little flack when he deserves it. Shout out to Super Bro.
That's why I love the score. Zack made something as boring as farm work an interesting and entertaining scene. But I think this is also important to show, though, because it shows you, instead of like hearing about how they're good farmers and stuff, you're actually seeing them do farming. It's like there's a saying, show don't tell.
Yep.
And it's crucial to their work. Or crucial to the battle, which I thought was which I guess we won't say why, but they already kind of said it.
But you're right. Like, have you ever seen farming and wheat portrayed so freaking iconically?
Well, especially the fact that Zack didn't use CGI wheat. So many directors have used either CGI or just fake wheat, but Zack actually took the trouble to have the wheat grown, which I really love. That
to know that's actual wheat being like, sprinkled throughout the scene, right? And I'm sure it was a nuisance for the actors, right? But it just gives it that much like grounded grittiness level and shows you that these characters, this village, really does remind me of the template for what, somebody living on like Tatooine, Luke Skywalker's people, right? And then juxtaposed by the Empire or the Imperium. They're very much more, mechanical and enhanced with robotics and things. So when the comparisons to Star Wars were talked about, I get on that base level those similarities, right? But then when and maybe the swords, but
there's a lot of similarities. There's a reason why I did put like Rebel Moon and Star Wars on one show for my channel. So I'm not going to deny there are similarities, which again, I shout out to Austin again for seamlessly blending those two together in my intro, but they're still different enough that. See, this is where Noble is kind of wrong, because really in any good structure, when it comes to health, the commander should actually be outranked here by them. Which is why Noble was being irresponsible and Cassius is being irresponsible, because like you need them to be able to do their job. And when you're not letting them do their job properly, you're killing them for doing their job properly. That's not good. And again, technically speaking, the medical team should be outranking Cass or Atticus here.
Yeah. Like I've said this, like to your point, Bat Dan, if you just love Ed Skrein or you just love Noble as a character, which I know Skywalker the Jedi does, you're rooting for him. He has little obstacles and little bit of an arc that he's trying to get revenge because of that scar right there, right? Because of what happened in part 1. And so if you're rooting for him,
oh, I ain't rooting for him. Unlike the Empire, the Mother World hasn't shown to be right. You see, the Empire's shown to be correct based on how corrupt the Jedi were, and the Republic were, as you saw in Tales of the Jedi. See, there's so many ZSJL score notes I hear in this movie.
Oh yeah. I think they can do with one less scribe, right? DC Talk. They don't need all those scribes. Hey, shout out to South Cali guy, my fellow compatriot, who just so happened to be in line. I had no idea. He was literally behind me in line for literally 30 minutes, South Cali, maybe the first hour, actually. I didn't know South Cali guy was right behind me. And then we ended up chatting it up. But shout out to you, South Cali guy. I showed up at the LA premiere. Sorry I'm late getting dinner. No worries, dude. I'm sure you are, but play Rebel Moon Part 2 and 1 whenever you can. We are on timestamp 25 minutes, 30 seconds, around there. 25 minutes, 35 seconds. Seeing Nemesis get teased with a little strain of wheat by a little Velt boy. I don't think we get a name for this character. I love this part. She's like,
oh yeah, I do too. And at first I thought Nemesis was kind of pissed, but I like what they do with here is that you remember is that she's a woman who lost her family and kids in that family too. So I think here she's just happy to see kids being kids.
Yeah.
Like that little thing she does is that she chuckles and smiles. She's like, it took a lot of rewatches for me on this part right here. Like when Cora's like, oh, he's drinking water from the flask. I didn't even it just kind of went over my head the first time I saw it. I'm like, oh yeah, he's whatever. But then it's like, I'm like, oh right, he was an alcoholic and now he's.
And you can see how Cora's really studying him and watching him, right? She's seeing a different Titus in that moment. So she has a little smirk, she's kind of seeing him be better than he was.
Exactly. And
they're working all day, all night, from dusk till dawn, really.
And it's so funny. I heard someone complain, why don't they use robots for this scene? And did you not watch part 1? They said why they don't do that. That was very because when something's really big in your culture and your religion, no matter what the circumstances are, you're not gonna break it. Like this, if a vegan were stranded in the desert with only meat, they would still follow their guidelines because it's I shouldn't say everyone, but I think a lot of them would still follow their guidelines. They're not their guidelines, their rules. because it's that important to them.
Yeah.
So even in life or death situations such as this, they're still not going to do it faster. And hey, they still got it done in time.
They sure did. And good job of you to remember that important, exposition from Sindri that really explains that, right? Why they do what they do. Yeah, they could. There's the paramedic again, all-seeing eye used to spy by the mother world.
Yeah. Oh, there it is now.
Yeah, I noticed that. Sin Havoc was asking, "Oh, did you see it?" And I was like, "Yep." And then it's also on the bags. It's at some other places as well, in the background. And I love that once you know about like Milius, you see her on the screen right now. She kind of talks later on how she can kind of relate to these people, right? Because of her own upbringing. So
Like some of the stuff that she was doing, I caught more. Some of the looks she was giving, I'll say.
Yeah. Once you know after the fact, right? I talked about how Eris, in my opinion, you get to see him and you see him playing the game with Cassius, right? To cover for the people of Velt, right? And I liked how he is kind of put in that position. And I liked the acting choices from Sky Yang. But ultimately General Noble and Cassius, they know what's up. So unfortunately, he wasn't a good actor for the mother world.
Well, it's not just necessarily that he's a bad actor, but Noble knows that Cora survived and she's going to go back to Velt. So if she's there, then
and Cassius is already kind of like nothing out of the ordinary at all. He's already kind of like, he knows about they got to go back there. And then he's like, wait, I don't hear from Marcus or the other guy, and it's like, oh, they're doing some other stuff. Just talk to me. So Cassius is already kind of okay.
Well,
so
he wouldn't be the one talking to Cassius because put like this, you're never too busy to talk to your boss. You're higher up. That's the thing right there.
Right. So that excuse doesn't really work, right?
Yeah.
Curly Ray, I saw the flag for Cora. Were there other flags as well? These are what we were talking about. Yeah, Curly. Okay, here's the scene y'all been waiting for. So which ones, Curly Ray, are on the shop right now? I know that there's Cora's private. That's right. He's a private.
Yeah, exactly. He's like the lowest ranking of that's like the lowest rank, isn't it?
I don't know what Marcus or the other, I don't. The guy who Cora takes out in part 1 is obviously the superior. So I don't know what the difference was between.
Let's see.
It's only Cora's. Hers is the most badass, though, right, Curly? Did you get it? Is it on its way, Curly, or are you waiting on it still? Love to see it.
I'm trying to see if Marcus's title here, but that doesn't really say. There's wiki.
Yeah, there it is. There's Cora's. So cool. Shout out to Sam. Charlotte Maggie, I think is her name. How do you say the actress's name? I love the little bit of Sam we get. I do love her in part 2.
You do hear a lot more in part 2 than part 1. Okay, I think I'm a little more synced up with you now. I fast forwarded like 2 seconds.
SPR
What's your timestamp?
SPR Dave thinks that the little blonde kid is little Zack.
Oh.
This is one of my biggest like heartbreaking scenes, seeing Nemesis you know, like with her robotic arms, and she can't actually feel it, but she feels the sentiment, you know, from Sam. It's just so
Oh,
heartbreaking.
didn't even think about that.
Yeah, like
See,
every
that's why Zack's movies are so great, though, is the fact that you pick up stuff that you didn't pick up the first time. His movies have better rewatch value than all his other than all other directors, in my opinion. That's
100% bat down.
and this seems so important though, because you need to see like the village bonding as the village.
Well, look, they just literally did something amazing together. You know, everyone did. Everyone, even the kids were working out there, right? Women
Yeah.
and children, they all did it. The rebels, they weren't, there wasn't like, okay, you're going to, like the mother world was doing, bring us food and water, you know, they're using machines or anything. No, they're doing the work. And so because they did the work together at a faster rate, they're celebrating. And so this commodity is very important in this bonding. Oh, and this scene right here, what's about to happen in the theater, I was just like, I didn't know this was a voice of an angel. So beautiful.
I can't believe this guy's the wizard.
Shazam himself.
But he had a serious movie.
Oh yeah. And so well served, right? So much well served in this movie than anything he's done in DC.
We did. We'll just say that, or at least I did. I can't speak for Josh, but I'll put it like this. In our spoiler-free review, I didn't put Den on it as a topic, but he'll definitely be a topic in the spoiler review.
Yes, if you have not seen Bat Dan and I's thoughts of the spoiler-free review of Rebel Moon, check that out on Bat Dan's channel. The
Yeah.
spoiler review will be coming next week on Wednesday, right, Bat Dan?
Yes. Because my merchandise is supposed to arrive between the 26th and the 29th, and I'm like, you know what? No, just have it be the first. Let's just give it some time so I don't like have it be tomorrow, then it's still not here. And then it's like, oh, now it's another 2 days. Nope, we're just gonna say it's this day. So whether it arrives sooner or later, well, hopefully it still arrives before the first. But
My mom in this scene was like, when Jimmy, she was like, oh my God, he's so cute. He's like C3PO, but cuter. I was like, yeah, he's way cuter than C3PO.
I just imagine like the actors having to listen to the stunt actor's voice. I mean, I'm sure it wasn't bad, but like it's not Anthony Hopkins. Just like Darth Vader. Just like the actors listening to Darth Vader. Like, have you heard like behind the scene clips of David Prowse talking to Darth Vader? It's so
It's hilarious, right? Because it doesn't match at all. Where he's like, hmm, hmm. Doing the like body movement.
see, this is what I love right here, though. So many directors would have ignored why the bad guys don't just shoot them from orbit. And Zack is the only one who, like, Zack's one of the few directors who actually came up with an actual reason for it. Because I'll say this, Josh, if any other director whose name was not Zack Snyder ignored it, the critics and fans would have too.
So I try to be fair, Bat Dan, because obviously we're biased, right? We're Snyderverse fans. So I was like, okay. I started to one day when I had a little bit of free time in between work. I started to like listen to other YouTubers, just one, literally the first one, a predominant YouTuber. And like he goes on this rant about, oh my God, Zack Snyder spends all this time showing the wheat, and there's no reason for it. There's literally no reason for this much wheat, and it has no function in the story. And I'm like, what the like? Literally, we just heard Titus explain why the wheat is so important to their plan, right? Did you watch the movie? So I clicked off that real quick. And then later on, when we see Cora's ship, I saw on Twitter somebody complaining, oh my God, it's so stupid. They literally spend time getting a ship only for it to be able to start. And it's like, if you watch the scene that's going to play out, there's a reason why they had to pull it out and then do something to get it to be able to run. So I don't know. Some of the criticism I stopped real quick because I was like, look, there's no logic to these criticisms. Everything is explained in the movie if you actually watched it and paid attention. So sorry, I tried
This is basically what they're saying. This movie is bad. It has to be bad. Oh, please, we have to hate this movie. I mean, honestly, in some ways, Josh, this is like the Flash movie reception in a lot of ways. People are just trying their very best to hate the movie. And here's the thing, too. It's okay to not like a movie, but it's the obsession over it that's just weird. Like, Madam Web was an awful movie. How often do people actually talk about that movie? Do people talk about that movie, though?
Yeah. I mean, like Sky was saying, a lot of these YouTubers ended up covering Madam Web more than actual Rebel Moon. Looks like we actually have a surprise guest on the channel. Debut on my channel. Wanted to welcome the chef himself, the one, the only, Costello's Way. What's going on, buddy?
Rob Costello.
Hey guys, what's up?
Chilling, man. Watching Velt. We are at the 39-minute mark exactly. Seeing Jimmy pull watch over as the people of Velt pull chorus ship.
Oh, part two?
Part 2, yeah.
Okay, let me jump in here and add it on Netflix.
See right there, Bat Dan. He's literally pulling the debris out of the thrusters. And I saw people on Twitter complaining, "Oh my God, they literally pull the ship."
What's the time again? The timestamp?
It is 39 minutes and 35 seconds. 39, 40, 39, 45.
Are you talking about approaching or actually where you are right now?
Yeah, okay, so they're at the ship. They just pulled the ship.
So right now I'm seeing the ship is about to land at the 40-minute, coming up to the 40-minute mark exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool.
There's the little banners, the flags, and the people of Belt are getting sprayed by the debris.
I saw it last night for the third time.
All right.
I haven't been able to watch it a lot because my parents are visiting, so I've been spending some family time. You know, the older they get, the more you want to, spend time with your folks because you never know.
Yes, sir. I totally get that. Bat Dan knows what I've been dealing
with. My grandma is we just got news that my grandma from my dad's side, she's the only one left. Like they already told us that like she's like any minute now. So it's been a lot of. But we're happy. It's not that like we're sad. We're happy because she's 95 years old.
Yeah.
And my grandfather, for her husband, passed away. I think it was November of last year. So it's like, listen, it's time for them to hey, Callie, what's up? So yeah, that's what I've been up to. And the supper now.
The ZSJL2 scene.
Yeah, gotta love those little Zack Snyderisms. Throwing in your little 300 here, little ZSJL there.
But like this was a planned scene for ZSJL2 is what he said, but he went out of his way though to say that ZSJL2 is still viable.
Dude, I bet you whatever you want that the supper and ZSJL sequels, that's when we would have heard Robin's death.
You think
and
so?
If not from Batman, from Joker, one or the other. I think Joker mostly, because since he's always taunting Batman, that would be the worst way to taunt him and just make him, suffer.
I mean, that was pretty much all teed up, right? At the end of the ZSJL with Joker and Batfleck having that little.
Dude, that's my favorite scene of the movie by far. That's my favorite scene. Not because it was filmed right away. It's because it's like, what's the word I'm looking for? It's just epic. Like we finally got the two arch enemies together, and he can't do nothing about it. He wants to kill him, but he can't. He needs them. So he's like tortured. It's all like, God damn, I want to just boom, boom. But he knows if he does, then the world, he's always like putting his self-interest aside and always thinking, the mission, always the mission. First, last, second, third, fifth, 10th, the mission, always the mission. That's Batman,
Hey, you know him well since you're always cooking up some Batman, the Bat flick for us. So
yeah, no, I'm finally ready to start cooking because I had some issues because you guys saw the last one in the Batcave, so that one was already all set with the Batmobile, but I noticed that there was some, no, I don't want to say flaw. No, it actually is. There were some flaws on the model per se. You can tell, like, obviously you wouldn't notice it, but when I'm like using the software and Blender and then zooming in and out, I noticed a lot of things like the polygons weren't like completely, like the vertices weren't exact. So I had to get a new one, which I did. And actually, Josh, I want to share something with you guys since we're here. I'll DM it to you. You can share with the crowd if you want.
All right, get a little exclusive.
And unfortunately, the software that I use, hey, Snavik, it keeps updating because it's open source. So with Blender, it's always updating all the time. So the software now for the old one doesn't work. So I had to update it. But the updated one screwed up the other things, so I had to go back over again. So that's why it's been taking me too long to try to figure out how to fix it. But I finally fixed it. So now I can finally get to work. There's just one little error that is still I need to fix, but it's not an impediment now for me to start because
Sorry.
This is my favorite scene in the movie that Zach did, I think. I mean, there's a lot of great scenes, but this, just the way it plays out with Cyborg himself, Darian Bloodaxe, it's amazing.
I could have sworn we were going to have more of him on this movie.
Yeah, I think in the director's cut, it's Costello.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure.
Right? I feel like there's got to be a little bit more. Hey, what's up, Qatar? Good to see you, buddy. I think you had a Rebel Moon 2 watch party yourself too, right? Shout out to you for always killing it. Nemesis is actually one of my favorite backstories. Do y'all have a favorite backstory character for somebody?
I like Nemesis too. Nemesis and Jimmy.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say I can't decide between Nemesis and Titus. I like both of theirs.
Yeah. Titus was very, seeing it how it played out, I was like, wow, okay. He actually was going against, his commanding officers. So he thought he was gonna spare his men, and look what they did to him. So pretty tragic.
Yeah. See, they don't have the honor that the Empire has.
No, there's no. And that's one thing. There's so much like, ooh. Okay, let me upload this.
That's a dish for way down the road, but it's already being planned. I planned ahead. I'm like Zach, I planned it ahead.
I have to actually watch this on YouTube though, because my StreamYard sound doesn't really work for music.
It's a photo. It's a photo.
Oh, okay. Never mind though.
I'll send it to you also back there. Hold on.
The bloodlust from the ancestors awaken those blades. Like, so freaking cool, right? Just like, I love that.
Okay, I'm seeing it right now. Nice.
It's not ready yet, but it's getting there. It's getting there.
Let me see.
Well, great art takes time.
What's that?
Great art takes time.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And just apologize if I don't always hear you. The headphones are playing the movie right now, so that, one, StreamYard doesn't pick it up, but 2, my Karen neighbors don't complain.
Karen.
Maybe I shouldn't call them out like that on YouTube Live, but who cares?
Okay, how do I import an image on StreamYard, Bat Dan?
Presents. You have to download. So you, there should be a place where you download it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now I see it. All right.
And then you should be able to
see. This is why I'm like.
Remember when I was interviewing Mikey Sutton on Dreamwalker for my birthday stream. It was the first time that I was ever doing stuff too. I didn't plan on showing anything, but Mikey's like, "Hey, can you show these images?" And I'm thinking, "Oh shit, I don't know how to do that." So I had to like figure it out live on stream.
Shout out to Sox Bulletins for sharing that post earlier. Did you guys see it?
Yeah. Which I forgot his name was Robert, actually. That sounds familiar now that. But yeah, but I'm sorry to get off topic there. But yeah, it was a beautiful post. It really captured who Mikey Sutton was as a person.
Agreed.
Question: Do you guys are you any of you Final Fantasy players?
I played Kingdom Hearts, but that's the closest I've done to Final Fantasy.
Okay. What about you, Josh? Have you played the Final Fantasy games?
I've played yes. I've played 15 was the most recent one.
Perfect. Tarek's planet reminds me so much of Noctis's homeworld.
Yeah, I could see that.
You know, because it got invaded also, and spoiler if you didn't play the game, but it got invaded with all the ships, and you know, so like when I saw this scene for the first time, I was like, holy shit, does that play as a Final Fantasy? that was the first thing that came in my head.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Zach, I'm sure it's probably been influenced a little bit. All right, guys, we got a little exclusive while we got Costello's Way here. Shout out to him. We are going to see, how do I get to it? Which window? No, not
Come on,
that.
Cora, tell them.
Hold on. How do I
tell them, Cora? Come on.
Okay. Can I share this? Oh, God. Hold on. Sorry, guys. It's on a different tab. Okay, hold on 1 second. I feel your pain, Bad Dan. I'm like, wait, where did it go? All right, do that, minimize that, open that. Here it is.
The same spot where you hit videos. Okay. I don't know. It's like one of those things I don't really know how to do unless I'm on my own StreamYard. And then like I'll see it and I'll know where to go, but I can't exactly.
Here it is. Thanks to Costello's Way, we get a little preview of what he's cooking for us. Boom, baby.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. The mutant leader himself from The Dark Knight Returns.
Woo. That's just one of a few other guests that might show up in my future dishes.
I can't wait for more.
That's awesome, man. You did a lot of, man. I'm trying to look at the face and I'm like, I think I might know who's that's a little reminiscent of.
He used to be a wrestler, that's all I'll say.
Okay. I think I know. That's awesome, dude. Shout out to you and that amazing work. I guess that you
I didn't do it though. No, I didn't sculpt him though. That's not me. That's Nico Bronza. That's his name. He's Mr. Vega's partner. So Vega is the one who, when he does the animations and special effects, all that, Nico Bronza is the one who models and sculpts all this in blender. So ever since I started doing these animations, you know, Vega introduced me to Nico, and he's like, "Hey, you know what? Why don't you do other models?" Like, "Yeah, I do this, I do that." I'm like, "All right, cool. You know what? I need this, that. How much? X dollars. Perfect. Start cooking."
Nice.
And yeah, so that's a character that he will show up. He's not showing up on the next one, but he will show up soon. When, I don't know, but he will show up. Yeah. I got a lot of characters that we as fans have been dying to see, because Batista would have made a perfect mutant leader. Perfect. Either Bane or mutant. Personally, I think mutant leader would have been like perfect for him. You know.
Well, who knows? I mean, in some ways, maybe Dave Bautista could be both. I mean, when the Snyderverse gets concluded, maybe he could be Bane, and then when Zack does his Dark Knight Returns adaptation, he could be the mutant leader.
I love this.
Who knows? You know, who knows?
Qatar says mutant leader looks like Flea.
Oh, there's the other scene with JC coming up.
Yeah, this is just the Batcave, right, guys? Like, this is totally a Batcave.
Yeah.
You know all about Batcaves, don't you, Costello? Phil.
I know some.
Thanks for sharing that, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, that was really great. I mean, we both saw the exclusive before you showed it.
I actually got invited to stream with Zod in the next few weeks.
I saw that stream's coming up next week, right?
So, yeah, in 2 weeks.
Okay.
I will try to have something. I already told Zod, listen, if I have something ready to share, I'll let you know. So I might, don't quote me yet, don't hold it on dream. I might have, a sneak peek of of the next animation in Zod's channel. So, like I said, I mean, depending on time, because again, my parents are here now. I'm about to finish school in 3 weeks. So, but yeah, I'll see what I can do to at least get something. You know?
Well, hey, we're gonna be ready and waiting whenever it's ready, because we know you're always cooking up something good for us. So no worries, bud.
Yep. So James, that's the correct name to call him. You can call him James, not Jimmy, but James is okay.
Oh, I forgot. I finally got my Jimmy. Where is he? Right here. I went the other day to my comic shop, and I finally found him.
Hey, I think we all have a little Jimmy, don't we? Bat Dan, you have one too.
You got one too, Bat Dan?
That's adorable. What is that? Is that a Funko?
It's a Funko, yeah.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, I didn't unbox mine.
Yeah, I like to unbox them. That's awesome.
Awesome, dude. I need to get one.
Casilla, you talking about games? Have you ever played Persona? No, I haven't. I haven't played that one.
That's
actually, I'm sorry you can actually see this on the screen so well. I thought for sure I'd have to turn on my flashlights.
Yeah, I need to get a Funko. So that's the mini Funko that you got.
Yeah, it's the mini one. Yeah.
Okay. Shoot,
yeah.
I need both.
I went to get a new comic. I started reading Hellblazer, Dead in America, dude. Oh, dude, I'm loving it.
So Constantine, is it a Constantine comic?
Yeah. I'm a big. I love John Constantine. I'm a lot into anti-heroes, you know, like Punisher, Constantine. You know, I like those characters because they're heroes, but they're also not heroes. You know, right. They have a dark side. I like the Swamp Thing. I also like Swamp Thing a lot. I like dark heroes. Batman's a dark one too.
Batman kind of makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, shit's about to pop off now. All right, we got Hagen ringing the bell. Come on, y'all, get it together. Man, when this started happening, I was just like, all right. I braced myself. I was like, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? When did you get to watch it, Phil? Did you? Because your folks were in town, so did you watch it the next day after it?
No, I saw it Friday. Oh, I saw it Friday. Friday on that day. I just repeat. I haven't been able to. But last night, I saw last night for a third time, and well, now fourth. Well, 3.5 because I'm late.
Yeah,
but whatever. I'll still watch it again.
As long as you're engaging.
Part one, I forgot. Part one, I lost count.
So good.
What's the word? What I find mind-boggling is that such a low budget, and you got all this, because you see the ship right here, it looks like a regular ship.
Yeah,
it's not something like super like futuristic, no, it's just a regular ship, like with the wheels and the lights. But it works.
But it works, yeah.
It works. Hey, Zach, do this, but this is your budget. Okay, I'll make it work. Boom. And it made it work.
Yep. That's hey.
People think that Netflix can't do ZSJL 2 and 3. I mean, yeah, obviously with the cast it'd be more expensive, but effects wise.
You know how much it would be if this is being hypothetical. I think for no, I don't have mugs, Curly. I think they would have to up it 100 more, like around 250, 260. That extra 100 just for the cast, because you're gonna have A-listers. Like, listen, Ben Affleck ain't do. I don't want to say he'd do it for cheap, but he won't be that expensive because he knows that this would be a passion project for him. Same thing with Cavill. They wouldn't try to, you got to give me this amount. This is my price. Take it or leave it. No, they will work. If they say, hey, Zach, this is the budget. This is what we got to work with. They will work with, because one, they're friends, and two, they want to do this. They want to do it, and they know that we want this done. So I think 250 would be no more than 250.
Well, the only real expensive actors are the Trinity.
You say and Havoc agrees with me. Hey, see? It can be done. Exactly. Of course it can be done.
Oh.
There you go.
Okay.
270. There you go. Perfect.
Let's knock out Sin Havoc.
Shout out to Integrity in the building. ZSJL2 is inevitable. After you see this, right? Like, you see this epicness, Integrity. Can you imagine these being Darkseid Armada ships instead? Showing
right
up.
There, you see the anti-life equation right there on where the weed is.
It's shot like that, right, Phil? Like, it's literally shot like reminiscent of how Darkseid's invasion would come in, right? We can see it now. We can picture it right now.
I mean, yeah, you get a budget of let's follow 270 for budget. Licensing everything, probably another 2 million, maybe. I don't know. I don't know how much the licensing deal would happen, but regardless, the ROIs would be huge, because if Rebel Moon is hitting good numbers.
Oh yeah,
and that's just general audience and us Zack Snyder fans and Sci-Fi fans, and some Star Wars fans. You put DC, game over. Those numbers will triple.
Especially because people like Zack Snyder's Justice.
Zack Snyder's Justice League movies. I promise you, if it happens, I'm willing to bet that they will surpass Red Notice numbers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. But let's be honest. The reason why Red Notice did so well was star power. That's the reason why it did so well. It wasn't a particularly fantastic movie, but the thing with ZSJL 2 and 3 would have one of those actors. Plus it would have star power like Ben Affleck, Henry Cavill. So that would have the star power needed. Plus William Dafoe would likely be in part of it too. And I'm trying to think of some. Jason Momoa is pretty popular. So, yeah.
Charlie Hunnam, maybe?
Maybe?
Please.
Hey, he loves working with Zach, so who knows? There might be more Charlie.
If the universe can grant me just one wish, Bring me the goddamn Green Hood in Zack Snyder's Justice League, please. Please. Dude, I'm a huge Charlie Hunnam fan. And another hero I like.
Oliver Queen.
Oh, that then. You didn't see it.
Probably would be better than Stephen Amell. I'll say that. I mean,
oh hell yeah.
Can't throw too much shade at him, but
especially after his comments of wanting content.
Yeah.
No, I mean that comment was spot on, you know. But shade, yeah, you don't have to. It always comes back at you. Don't throw shade because if you do, it's gonna come back bite you in the ass later. You know, it's karma. That's what it is. Whether it's movie or episodic format, it will break speed. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Listen, I don't care if it's a movie or a limited series. I don't care. I just want the story finished. That's it. Finish the story and not animated. Absolutely not. If this movie that we're watching now was done at a very cheap budget and the quality, okay, it's not like ZSJL level quality, but for what it is, it works. And the story's getting across. You know?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Exactly. I mean, I'll be honest, gun to my head, I would prefer movie format because I have a bit of an OCD for like the same format as the arc. Again, keyword being prefer. If we get episodic format, that's still that at least is the story being finished properly. But I mean, I have a prediction, honestly, what it'll probably be is both. Because people need to remember, the Snyder Cut was supposed to be both, actually. People keep saying it was supposed to be a series. It was actually supposed to be both. We were going to always get the movie format. We were going to get two options. And that's what I think it might be here with the CSJL 2 and 3. I think we might get an 8-episode miniseries, but you have the option to watch it in 2 parts, in a 2-parter movie as well.
Well, also think about it this way: like Netflix is wait till you see the directors. Oh yeah, no, I can't. We all want to see that. I want to see tentacles because I know what's gonna happen, dude. I like Google. Okay, Google.
This is a little bit of a dumb moment for Korra right here, but it's also at the same time, though. I think it's realistic at the same time. People are not always going to make the smart decisions, and especially if it's you on the line, you might feel guilty. It's like they're fighting for me. So you're letting your emotions get the better of you. People don't remember, Korra's not...
She's looking at her lover, too, right? She's not thinking of everyone else. She's just seeing her lover and thinking of him dying. So...
Yeah, because remember, she already had a lover that died in part 1, you know, in the flashback, you know.
Qatar.
Which, do they... Tentacles. Google hentai. Tentacles. That's all I'll say.
Yeah.
And you'll get an idea what's gonna happen.
Maybe don't Google tentacles.
Oh, good job, Gunnar. Now you made a hole in the bell. Now how to fix that bell?
This part, y'all, in the theater, I was scared for Belle. I was like, no.
My theater clapped at this part.
Yeah, I mean, I was excited, right? But I was also like, no, we're not ready for this.
I agree, Integrity. At least for the main saga and spin-offs like the Batfleck movie. Now, if we were to get a New Gods animated series in the Snyderverse, that would be okay. I think of like Star Wars, right? You know, what was okay for animation, what had to be live action? Same thing with the Snyderverse.
Oh, yeah. What was I going to say? I just, before I forget. So I think the only Netflix has to determine what's best for them. Even though we would love movies, but if they're going to pay a hefty dollar for the licensing deal, they have to try to get the best ROI possible. So, I mean, they might do film just the way they did Rebel Moon, like break it down in 4. Like, okay, 2 for the kids and 2 for the grown-ups, or episodically, because what's important for them, not only just viewership, but also how many ads can they put on each episode, because that's where they get their ching-ching. You know, now I've said this before to you guys in private in our chats on Twitter. Like if they were to charge us a premium fee, I'll fucking pay it. If I have to pay a $20 premium fee to watch the movie, like we had to for Black Widow back in the day for Disney Plus, dude, everyone will pay it. Every fucking person will do it.
Yeah, I'm not going to go out of my way to feed Netflix those ideas, though. They'll figure, and that's part of it too. Is like, I don't want to put. At the end of the day, this isn't really for us to figure out too much. Netflix can figure.
Of course not. No. Of course. That's why I say they have to determine what's best for them. Because at the end of the day, it's their business. They're putting the dough in, so they got to see what's the best way to recoup that investment. So they have to decide. Either way, whatever happens, we're going to support it no matter what. Netflix already bought the WWE. Oh yeah, that's another thing. They just bought the WWE. Like they got the fucking money.
They got.
Hey, it's just a good quick shout out to Den right here.
Yes, Den showing up. And Nemesis, my girl. They're her music, man. With
I love her music.
Batman and Zeus.
Just kidding me. Yep, Batman. Batfleck over here in a warehouse. Well, in a barn scene, I guess. Kind of like a warehouse. This scene, man, Nemesis. So I think this scene we're gonna see a lot of limbs getting chopped more. So I think there's gonna be a difference, right? A little different. Like right here, like like I think that
I'm curious though, like since some characters passed away in part one and some obviously pass away here, will they still pass away on the director's cut? Because Zack has said different universes, different dialects here and there. So will he maybe, do it like a switch? No, this guy stays alive in the real version, but in the kiddie one, no, he dies. Who knows?
I think Zack.
I haven't read the novel yet, like the first one. I don't want to read it. I'll read it after the movie because I don't want to get spoiled. I want to see.
I don't think things will be too different in that regard, only because if Zack's going to keep doing more director's cuts, it may be too hard to have like some characters who are alive in the director's cuts, but not in the studio versions. Then the different versions going forward would be too different. I think part of what saves so much money is the fact that a lot of the scenes are playing out the same. So, I mean, I know while some things are definitely going to be different, I don't think that too much is going to... Like, I think dialogue will be alternate. I think that certain things will be shown more that wasn't shown. But I don't necessarily think that characters will survive that didn't survive in this one and vice versa. Maybe some background characters, because I think it'd just be too hard, I think, for sequels going forward, having to coordinate all this stuff.
Yeah, valid point. You're right, valid point.
Well, I'll just say this, Dan. We know that, Zack has said it's not going to be called director's cut for part one. It's not going to be called A Child of Fire. It's going to be called something else.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not going to be called The Scargiver. It's going to be called something else. And I probably shouldn't say this, but let me just say that I talked to a certain actor who is in this movie who said that they were possibly in a scene with somebody and that scene is not in this version. So to your point, Dan, there might be things that happen differently. So I don't know. I'm not ruling anything out.
Sorry, not you.
Dan. Yeah, Dan. Poor Brad Cage.
I think a Curly Ray, I think they would just do ZSJL 2 and 3 for now, because that's a lot. Like, I would want, like, if I have my choice, I would say the Batflick movie, especially because if Zack still plans on killing off Batflick at the end of ZSJL 3. I know not everything's going to be the same, but some stuff will probably be the same, though, too. So if Batflick is a send-off, I prefer to get the Batflick movie out. But what I think would happen, honestly, is just... I'm just going to say ZSJL 2 and 3, by the way. I know it may be a miniseries. I know it may be whatever. But, like, it's just easier to say 2 and 3 for now until it's officially changed.
Right.
So I think ZSJL 2 and 3 would come out first, in my opinion. I guess, what about you guys?
Listen, I mean, Mikey even said, like, they could even Black Widow the Batfleck movie. I don't care. As long as if we get it, great. If we don't get it, and that's the compromise. If we only get 2 and 3, fine. It is what it is. But at least finish the story, you know?
Yeah.
But I'll say this: let's say if the Batfleck movie doesn't happen, Zack will definitely make the warehouse fight scene look like child's play when he has to fight Deathstroke.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I don't think that
we'll watch the warehouse scene then. We're like, yeah, no, I think this one's a lot.
Agreed. Like, he's gonna be cooking. Richard Citron, you better start doing your stretches now, boy, and start training.
I don't think they would do Man of Steel 2, which I found. I mean, I know I was more optimistic about this in my first episode of Batman's discussions with Supergirl Corey, but I think there's only so much that David Zaslav will not listen to Gunn, and I don't think that David Zaslav would have a competing Superman movie at the same time as James Gunn's Superman movie. An ensemble film's different, but now I would want Man of Steel 2 first, but again, what I want and what I think.
Wouldn't that be fun to have, like, you know, DC Studios Superman, but then Zack being like, you know what, I'm gonna do my Superman. Wouldn't it be so?
Oh, we'll still get that with ZSJL 2 and 3.
Yep.
He's actually denouncing it. Are you talking about the Unlimited revival, Qatar?
No, he's talking about Justice League International.
Okay.
Hashtag Mikey was right. Hashtag Mikey was right. Rest in peace, sir.
I agree, Integrity, because see, someone actually pointed out that what Ares, it might have been you, Josh, I don't remember, but how Ares knows the Mother World's armor, so he knows the weak points.
I think that must have been Zod. Nemesis girl, she's still fighting. One arm.
One-handed.
One-handed. And I love how Noble is just like they got him all dirty. He was all looking fresh. Thought he was gonna go in there and just have him outsmarted, and he's pissed. You can tell. So this guy right here on the left, got shot right now. He was at the screening. I think his name is Thor. His name is Thor. The villager who's on the ground right now. And I think his date got him into the screening because it was a fan screening. But I just love that. So to this point, when he does this, what he's about to do. I wonder if the rest of the tunnels you think they were all slaughtered at that point, or did he sacrifice some of his fellow farmers in this moment? Like, I'm wondering if there's got to be like more stuff happening in the trenches, right?
Yeah, I think that, I don't know. I think that they're not all connected though, because I think, I don't know if that strategically would be the best thing to do, but.
Because look, they're all blowing. It's all blowing underneath. I was wondering, they probably didn't have time to build tons of trenches, but look at that. I mean, there's if you're in there, you're done. So
yeah. Unfortunately, it's like, again, you have to kind of think the greater good of the battle. So it's war. You have to make tough choices.
Yep.
Oh yeah, and I agree with Integrity. I think that these spin-off projects will enter the conversation once ZSJL 2 and 3 is successful. That's why ask for it all. Like, ask for everything, and then let Netflix figure out. For all they know, they might want to start with a Batfleck film, start with a cheaper project. So, I mean, who knows? They might.
That is true. Continuing with ZSJL 2 and 3 would complete the saga, and then maybe, depending how well those two go, they might do and put more into the universe after ZSJL 2.
Yeah.
Well, that's what Zack's doing with this, right? With Rebel Moon, right?
Yeah.
He's giving us spin-offs and other things in comic book form, and I think there's been talk about animation. Oh, Nemesis, girl.
Yeah, well, okay, I guess we can say it now. I kind of want that Nemesis prequel series now.
We need it, right? I think that's a comic
Oh,
book.
there's actually Nemesis does something very soon that actually really bothers me, and you'll see it soon. And I'm like, Nemesis, how could you do this? It's coming up.
How did y'all feel about this death scene?
I was
not expecting her to die, dude. I thought she would live.
Same. I thought she was going to be near the end.
Well, especially considering how much time is left in this movie, too. Like, she was killed off pretty early.
But I think in a way, you know, like if you think about how she is in part 1, she really doesn't, you know, have much of a life, right? She's just a vigilante. And in this moment, you know, this very tragic moment, the writer actually who was at the premiere, both the writers talked about how this is their favorite scene, how beautiful it is that she kind of, you know, dies avenging children, you know.
Except for what she says to this child right here. She says something very bad to the child. And I'll explain why. Coming up. Oh, okay, here we go. No, you did well. She said you did good. It's you did well. At her dying moment, she taught a little boy bad grammar.
I've been wanting to. Recently, I saw on the Josh Horowitz podcast. Have you seen that interview, Bat Dan? Because Zack Snyder says funner. I've been wanting to screenshot that clip and send it to you.
Funner.
Well, that's Zack Snyder.
Well,
I guess this is Zack Snyder written. So, which one was the Josh Horowitz? I mean, I might have seen that one, but there's so many different interviews that I can't keep track of them all.
Well, I think he's got a few with Zach, with Henry also.
It's a great interview. You should check it out because he talks about, of course, DC and some of the casting choices.
I might have seen that. Was that the one where they like break it up in the section of his different movies?
That's GQ.
Okay,
but he talks about that one. He talks about who he almost cast in BVS as Joker and Riddler and Lex. So it's really good for us Snyder fans.
And it wasn't because Leonardo DiCaprio was unavailable. He just ended up chose to go with Jesse Eisenberg, from my understanding from that interview. Who way better than Michael Rosenbaum, I don't mind throwing shade at because I'm throwing shade at his behavior.
300. This is Vought. And this is moments in.
I mean, in most of the Zach's movies, that kick is like with the slow mos. The kick is so Snyder. I mean, in ZSJL, like Superman does the kick.
Yep.
You know? Yeah, that's Steppenwolf.
I mean, we don't talk about this enough, but this year, y'all, 20th anniversary of Zack Snyder's career. Dawn of the Dead came out in 2004.
Oh.
All right, you saw it on theaters now for the. Yeah, that's cool, man.
Because I thought about it, I was like,
you're a lucky bastard. You get to see a lot of Zack stuff live, dude.
Right. It was that screening event with Rebel Moon Part 1.
Yeah.
Did they at least give you a bathroom break in between this stuff?
No. But hey, I did for Dawn of the Dead because I had seen. I didn't move for Rebel Moon, but for Dawn of the Dead because I'd seen the regular version before. I did go to the restroom, but
which, by the way, Necron and I did a review on Dawn of the Dead on my channel, so check it out if you haven't already. Shameless plug, I know. But.
So there's a yes, you'll check that out. Guys, y'all hear about there's a Rebel Moon co-op mobile game?
I heard something. I don't not much details. I heard of it, but I don't know what is do you have more info on it or no?
Shoot me the link, Curly Ray, and I'll share it with these gentlemen. Yeah, Qatar. Nemesis was a samurai death scene for sure. And some of these, when Zach was talking about somebody criticizing the slow-mo, I was like, these sequences really, like when they show that bell tower getting like, destroyed by the turret, you really see the detail, right? When it's slowed down like that. So
now that you mentioned the slow, did you guys see the I don't remember this channel. It's the Slow-Mo Guys, I think it's called.
Yes, I started watching that. That's cool.
And explain how he does the slow. So it's 3 cameras. I was like, oh, so that's how you do it.
Apple with the slice.
Yeah.
I haven't finished it because they start talking.
And he also says so yeah. And the director's cut, like when the gun explodes in your head, it's literally a egg going boom. I'm like, yes, that's what I want to see, dude. This is gonna bring so much conversation on social media. Dude, we haven't had a movie in years that just pushes the fucking envelope and does not give a fuck of what the agenda or society is gonna say or politically correct. No, he is going all in, and it's going to bring up. Yes, there are going to be the negative trolls, obviously, because it's Zack Snyder. There's always
That's
have to be
Netflix
those guys.
is good, though. Netflix doesn't care about critics.
But they don't care about critics. Exactly. What they care about is how many people are going to be viewing it. That's what's important. And listen, people are going to appreciate it because they're like, listen, stop trying to shoehorn political correctness or woke or whatever. Just give me a freaking good movie with a good message. That's it.
Exactly. Thank you. I'm so tired of this because here's the thing.
Like you guys saw the Screen Rant, the Screen Rant rant that I gave the other day. I don't know if you saw it.
Yes.
I'm like, dude, I'm tired of these outlets trying to spin it. Like, listen, we're not that stupid. We're not that ignorant. We're not fucking sheeps. We can see bullshit when we recognize bullshit when we see it. It's getting to the point now that like they just insult people's intelligence, and like unfortunately, something that I read the other day, and I think it was Variety. What's this actress name? This old Jessica Lange or something. She even said it, and I agree with her. Like that, the movie business has become too corporate. They have shifted away from the creative, and now it's all about, no, we gotta check this box, check that box, and we gotta be committee driven. Well, that's why they're suffering and they're going through the shit that they're going now because it's not about corporate. I understand that they have to make the money, but when you're entertaining, let the entertainer do his art, his thing. Because the board directors and the executive, whatever, they didn't go to school to entertain. They went into business. So they shouldn't be making the creative decisions. What should they be like? Hey, we need this and that. Okay, fine. But let the guy who you hired to do, I don't care who you are, let him do his job and let his work speak for itself. That's why the box office is died. Movie theaters are not hitting how they hit before because COVID's over. And if the quality was still there, people would go more to the movies. I haven't, what was the last one I went? Have I gone to the movies this year?
But this is something you would need to see on the big screen, right, Phil?
Godzilla vs. Kong. I went to see Godzilla vs. Kong, and I was going to go see Ghostbusters. I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'll just wait for POV.
Kong wasn't a versus movie. You mean the new one, right? The Empire one?
Yeah, Godzilla vs. Kong. The story was like, but what we wanted to see was monsters, kaijus brawling. And, dude, give me that and we're good.
Yep.
And I got to go see the Cavill one. I haven't seen that one yet. The Mystery of Gentleman and Deadpool Wolverine. Oh, dude, that was kind of fucking.
Oh yeah, that one I'm excited for. And Joker 2. I am excited for Joker. I'm excited for Joker 2. That's like the last DC movie I'm excited for. I'm just hoping that Todd Phillips had enough pull to tell James Gunn to take his notes and shove it up his ass. Because James Gunn should not be giving notes on that movie. It's an Elseworld film that's not connected to his DC, and James Gunn does not do serious movies, so he should not give notes over serious movies.
I agree.
Especially since and technically integrity, it wouldn't be Wonder Woman 3 if they were to do it, because ZSJL and the DCU, the Snyderverse and the DCEU are separate IPs. So the Snyderverse IP is Man of Steel, Batman v Superman Ultimate Edition, and Zack Snyder's Justice League. So anything outside of those 3 films, even The Flash, which acknowledges Snyder's continuity, do not fall into the Snyder IP. Meaning that neither does Wonder Woman films do, so it wouldn't be a Wonder Woman 3 because the 2 films won't fall under that IP.
Or it could be called Wonder Woman Trinity.
Yeah.
With a BB.
It just wouldn't be
Batman and Superman cameo in it. Because it would make
more sense. It would be a BBS, but this time it's her movie. And they're the ones coming to back her up instead of she.
Yeah, that would be awesome, right?
The tables would reverse.
So,
by the way, Curly. Oh yeah, Curly. I was just about to mention you. Super Evil Megacorp. Those are the ones that would do the co-op of Rebel Moon.
Okay.
But didn't they cancel them or something like that?
I don't know.
Or they were having issues with it. I heard something like that.
I've lost track of all these cancellations of people, honestly. It's just whatever to me at this point. I'm like, eh.
What were you going to say, Bad Dan? You said Josh.
What was I don't remember what I was going to say.
Oh,
but oh, this actually kind of reminds me. Oh, Josh, remember that in my spoiler review how I told you that there's a scene that kind of reminds me of Price from Star Wars Rebels,
yes.
#Justice Survives?
Yes.
It's this scene when Atticus was like, destroy the grain. This reminded me of Price when Price wanted to destroy Thrawn's fuel line.
Okay. Yeah.
Like you're thinking about you're so anxious to get your win that you don't think about the damage you're actually doing to your organization that you're fighting for.
Your own team.
Yep.
Exactly. And it shows like Rebels, it shows that like it's acknowledging these like logistical issues that a lot of these movies ignore. A basic thing, like they need the grain because the mother world needs to eat. They need food. And it's like a basic thing that you don't really, that a lot of these movies that Star Wars didn't really acknowledge. Rebels did with the fuel supply line, but in general, they don't really acknowledge like the logistics of this stuff. You just see people blasting each other. Whereas this movie,
you're saying the Rebels, the fuel supply, but that was also with the Solo movie. Remember the Solo, the Han Solo movie?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And then the beginning, they also say, so people are fighting for hyperfuel.
For
hyperfuel.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. Yeah. It's been a while since I've seen that movie. It was kind of boring.
I checked out from Star Wars. I'm like I haven't seen the Bad Batch season 3. I don't intend to. I'm definitely not seeing the Acolyte.
Bad Batch is really good. You should see Bad Batch season 3.
I'm honestly, I don't want to get hyped for Star Wars anymore. I'm done. Like I'm literally done with Star Wars, and it sucks because I'm a Star Wars fan, but I no. Get Kathleen fucking Kennedy out of the building, and then I will consider coming back as a Star. Dude, I had canceled Disney Plus. I only brought it back to see X-Men 97, and thank God it fucking paid off. I even got the prequel comic for 97. I'm on issue 2 already. Well, yeah, it's 4 issues, but it's only 2 of them are out. But yeah, no, Star Wars. And now that they even mentioned like that George Lucas was going to come back.
I don't know if that's.
I don't buy that. I don't buy it.
Well, here's my issue, though. I mean, is that a lot of these people who are praising George Lucas. Oh,
you know who is going to come back, though? Sorry, this is my favorite scene in the movie, Bat Dan.
That's okay. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Right.
There's a boy. Hey, and if you look, somebody says that he has the crown. He has the horns in his hand. If you zoom in.
Jimmy.
Oh yeah, you're right. He does.
So at some point, I think he uses his horns to impale.
It's like the Wonder Woman, like throwing it.
Because they got blasted, I guess, but he's also holding them, and I'm sure they have blood on them. So I'm sure he used his antlers to impale some MFers. I'm sorry, Bad Dan. I just had to have to take a moment. What were you? What were you saying?
Totally okay. Totally okay. I don't remember what.
I think it's something about.
I guess my point is, oh yeah, a lot of the people are the reason why. A lot of people who hate on Disney now are the reason why Disney owns Star Wars in the first place. I mean, I like to not take a blind approach on loving or hating everything. And I like what's good. I hate what's bad. I liked Ahsoka. I like Bad Batch. But I don't like the prequel or the sequel trilogy. I think Book of Boba Fett and Mandalorian 3 were kind of I just don't look at it as all good or all bad. Praise what's good, hate what's bad.
I mean, and that's why we were rocking out with this movie, right? Because it's actually fucking good.
For instance, like that, with your, I agree with what you're saying. The problem with for me is that yes, not everything's going to be great. Not everything's going to be bad. Absolutely. But when you don't take care of the IP with respect and focus on the details, that's when I'm like I'll give you an example. Thank you, Obi-Wan. That was about to bring Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan could have been a lot better. And I was dying for that. Like, I'm a huge Obi-Wan fan. Like, I got Obi-Wan. I got him right here. So anyone is saying and wants to troll me, dude, I'm a Star Wars guy too. And I got Ahsoka and Luke over there as well. So the story could have been, I'm not against the story of the show, but I'm against on like certain episodes that were like, really? Like Leia running like a little kid and you can't catch her? Like, what? Like the fight sequences could have been a lot better. Don't get me wrong, I like the final battle. But the story itself could have been written a little bit better. And with Ahsoka, you see like what's her name? I forgot her name. Sabine.
Yeah.
At the end of the season, wielding the lightsaber, it's like, I'm like, really? Did you even freaking train to like wield it like details like that? Like, if you're gonna do an IP that iconic, you gotta take it seriously. That's the problem. They weren't taking it seriously.
I mean, I can see what you're saying, because like when Korra's, when the Krypteia and Korra's using that, thing, there's actual danger behind it, right? Like
exactly.
I see what you're saying. Little details you pick up on when you're love something so much. Yeah, I get that.
And oh yeah, and I will not defend Last Jedi ever. I will never defend that.
I used to when I back in my bartending days, I worked the owner of a restaurant that I worked at. He loved fucking the sequel trilogy. I'm like,
hey,
what?
Hold on, guys. Since we're talking about The Last Jedi, if we're talking about Jedis, we should only be talking about this Jedi. Let's give a warm welcome back to the channel, Mr. Skywalker the Jedi. What's going on, Jedi?
Obi-Wan gave up.
Yo. Much love, peoples. Thank you for having me on, Josh. Thank you for sending the invite. Much love, all you guys. And I'm glad you guys are here, keeping these conversations going. Much love and appreciation, all you guys.
How are you feeling right now?
I felt the disturbance in the force.
Yeah. How are you feeling right now seeing Brett Colbert target Velt Sky?
Oh my God. Yo, I actually watched the movie earlier today, like in full. I wasn't watching it now. I was just as mad as ever as I was at Brett as when I first saw it. You know what I'm saying? The Jedi actually just hopped about the bath to take. You know what I'm saying? Just checked out the hospital. But yeah, I'm in much better shape now, guys. I want to tap in with y'all, let y'all know that I'm feeling good, feeling better, and
Nice. Good, man.
shout out to all y'all. And I'm sorry I couldn't make cartoons and cereal this morning when we were giving all you guys your first looks at those dope shirts that Austin cooked up.
Oh
But
shit, I missed
I'm
that part. I'm gonna have to replay it, Lynn. I'm gonna have to go back and I didn't see that.
yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes. We got some new cartoons and cereal shirts up for AFSP. Done by the good Austin, and they're super fire, and couldn't be prouder of them. Real talk.
well,
When
Yeah,
are
thanks,
they
I
man.
heard
coming out?
mine.
When will they be right? Is it already live
Yeah,
to purchase?
They're out
Yep,
now.
you can get
Yes,
it now.
yes, they're out right now.
Okay, good, good. So I can add that link on the next animation that I'm doing, so I can push it there. Cool.
yeah, that's the way to do it. Thanks to
Of course.
thanks to Skywalker. Well wishes to you. I hope everything's doing all right for you. I know things are, you got to take care of yourself. So I'm glad you stepped back and let the homies of the Justice League at the cool table take over today. I plugged your stream earlier today on earlier. So shout out to you. Hope everything's well.
Oh yeah, nah. Much love to them gentlemen, man. Like I would be so lost and behind without them helping me. And they really, really came in the clutch this morning because it was very important that we let you guys know about those shirts in a big way. And I really, really wanted to make sure that the stream went on. So shouts out to all the homies that was able to still make that happen, uh, even though I was a little under the weather this AM.
Yeah, and it's a celebration because I think coming up we're about to celebrate the 1 year anniversary of Cartoons and Cereal popping off in
Absolutely.
Halifax, right?
It's a
Yeah,
good
That
year
started in
already.
May, right?
That's awesome, dude.
and shout out to
Yes,
you
yes.
for showing
Mhm.
up shout out to you for showing up every Saturday, pretty much every Saturday for like a year, dude. Putting
Yeah,
on
man.
Cartoons and Cereal for us and engaging with Netflix, and you've inspired this stream. You have been showing up for us, and I think you've inspired other channels like the Bat Channel, Qatar, myself to do watch parties. So thanks for giving us that motivation to engage with this platform.
Hey, it's all great, man. Yo, I got a special story. I'm gonna give you guys a little sneak peek at it, and I'll go into more detail when we talk about it on stream. I'll probably be back with a stream on Monday with a Zack Snyder hour. I'll also give you that little exclusive. But yeah, this hate for Zack Snyder and his films, this shit is strictly on the internet. It is strictly on the internet. I was just at the hospital having a beautiful conversation with somebody about Rebel Moon Part 1 and 2. And it was just so crazy. It was so crazy because I'm sitting there and I'm talking to this person and I'm like, yo, and I couldn't help but get out. And I'm sorry that I'm going to like name drop some people, but I couldn't help but think about all these bullshit titles I've been seeing from like Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker or whatever. I'm just sitting there like, all y'all is so full of shit. You guys are all full of shit. Everybody's sitting there trying to push this narrative like
Yep.
people don't like Zach's movies and people not rocking out with him. Y'all all full of shit. Each and every single one of you guys.
Yep.
Yep.
What the
Yep.
general said.
Real
Yep.
talk, man.
Okay.
I'm sitting there talking to somebody that you would have never thought was a Zack Snyder fan. Yo, I almost feel like it was meant for me to be in a hospital today just to have this conversation. I'm so
Don't
serious.
jinx it, Sky. Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it.
No,
Don't jinx
it
it.
already happened. It already happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, I
No,
know. I'm
but
so
we don't want
serious.
you to be in the hospital again, dude. That's what I'm trying to say. You
Nah,
gotta take care of your health.
I just knocked on wood for him, so
it was to have the conversation that I just had a second ago. I can tell.
You were put here for a reason.
Yo,
I just gotta
look,
see this part real quick.
huh?
Someone got beheaded.
Yeah, we
Oh,
just
we're
got
gonna. Oh, that scene and director's leader. Oh,
we
dude,
just
we're
got
gonna.
the cleave from his shoulder, his head cleave from his
Oh
shoulder.
yeah.
It's gonna be a clean cut
That's why
and
Netflix is the
cauterized
perfect
right
home.
away.
See, you needed something to
Yeah.
know that Noble's actually dead for real this time.
Oh,
So,
we'll get it.
Yeah.
but what
No, but
Skywalker said,
Sky-
that's why.
Go ahead.
What Skywalker said, that's why Netflix is the perfect home for him. Because as Mikey Sutton made the point, is that Netflix, because people can just watch from home, it's not as much of an effort to see the movie, so people aren't going to listen to critics as much as they would to see a movie in theaters. Because they're, like I live in
Exactly.
Chicago, and right now it's nice out, but in winter, if
Yeah.
it's cold, and if I'm not someone who knows as much about the agenda as I did now, and I saw a bad review for a movie, I'm like, it's cold, I don't feel like going out. Whereas on Netflix, I can just turn it on. I'm not going to pay attention as much.
Man, yo. Anybody still listening to these platforms, yo, I feel bad for y'all. I feel bad for y'all. Like I'm so serious because to allow my entertainment to be dictated by these outlets that are more than likely ran by somebody that has some kind of fucking agenda. There's no way. There's no way. This shit is all online. It is strictly online. Like every single person that I have talked to in real life has loved these movies outside of one person. And I was honest that, and then I told y'all that later. That girl told me that the Batman was her favorite movie ever, and it totally made sense why she hated Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon. Totally made sense. That is the only person that I have encountered that has not liked either one of these films said that the Batman was the best movie ever. So, and that's ranging from all shapes, sizes, colors, creeds, age groups, young, old, tall, small, fat, skinny, however you want to slice it.
Guys, cooking. He's got the red eyes, baby.
Yo, y'all should have saw. Look. I know it sounds weird, but I was in the hospital and I'm obviously not feeling well. It's why I'm there. But then I'm sitting there having this conversation and I just got Zactivated, like with the damn hospital gown on. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm sitting in there and I'm having this talk. And I'm like, I just couldn't help it. That's why I called the names out. I'm thinking about all these people that's been talking shit. It's like,
yeah.
Well, and what's funny is that probably in person,
real life is greater than the internet, y'all.
Yeah, and privately they probably like the movie, but obviously they have to sell to their audience to keep the agenda.
Well,
That the movie's trash, the movie sucks, blah blah blah.
Yo,
be done with it.
They get access though too.
Yo,
keep in mind.
You know what is crazy? They will never have a conversation with somebody 100%. Because
we're losing you, Sky.
Yeah, you're kind of cutting out.
It was so random that you guys are hearing it. Why I'm so active? Why I'm so energized right now? Because it was due to the randomness of this person that was just like pouring out all this love that they had for these movies. I asked them about it. I'm like, yo, you should check out this movie called Rebel Moon. He said, what? I just finished parts 1 and 2. What are you talking about? And I was like, what? Bro, it's an old Japanese lady.
Hey, Zach caters to all, right? Especially
bro, it's universal. It's universal, man. This lady was old enough to be my grandmother almost. And she's sitting there telling me how much she loved. Oh, yeah, I just finished part two the other day.
Yep.
And I'm like, what? What'd you think? Oh, I loved it. And she was comparing that and Dune 2 and saying how she loved both of them. And she went to go see Dune 2 in the theater and was able to enjoy Rebel Moon just as much at home. Yo, maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe the problem is people are enjoying Rebel Moon at home just as much as they was enjoying Dune 2 in IMAX. Let that shit sink in.
Yeah. And Dune just crossed 700 million. So imagine what this spectacle of a blockbuster movie that you got to see in IMAX, Sky. Imagine the premium
Bro, come
price
on, man.
would have pulled in seeing this on the big screen, right?
I'm sorry, I'm so activated, y'all. Bruh, I saw this article.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Oh, yeah, let's do Zack Snyder math for Rebel Moon Part 2 viewership. What are you talking about, Zack Snyder math? It was Netflix math. What are you talking about? You acting like Zack made that shit up and told himself that. Like, what are we doing?
Yep. I was just chatting with Sil earlier, and today it is still the #1 movie on Netflix when you count in terms of like popularity across international.
But the trolls are gonna say no, but it's not in the U.S. anymore. Like, who gives a shit? We don't care if it's the U.S. It's global. Netflix is global. We're not sitting in the little corner in the States. No, it's a fucking global phenomenon. So
it's bigger than just the U.S.
Exactly. 190 freaking countries. That's how many Netflix is. And Max and Paramount Plus and what's a Peacock? Not even, maybe half.
No, guys.
If they're lucky.
But no, y'all don't realize Nerdrotic said it's cringe though, right? So all that shit don't matter, right? It don't matter how much anybody enjoyed this movie.
He's a fucking bigot. I'm just gonna say, he's a fucking bigot.
I'm sorry, man. I don't
come at me.
Wait, hold on, y'all. I'll be back. I'm about to pull into my garage. I'm about to go
I want you
upstairs.
to cook on this.
You're done. We ain't going nowhere.
I wasn't even about to do that. I'll be right back. Y'all stand by. I'll be back shortly.
We're here.
We're just in time to know that we're about to fight for the Princess Issa.
But we weren't there yet.
Well, yeah, sorry, I'm spoiling the movie for you. I haven't seen it. My bad. Skywalker made me forget about everything.
Yeah, see, Titus knew. Titus knew that Korra was lying, but Titus respected where Korra was.
But remember that there's a detail that you guys are forgetting. Remember that they got captured in part 1, and Noble said Archelaus. So
yeah, I know.
The general already knew she was Archelaus. He just didn't tell her that I know who you are and what you did until now. You follow me?
Yep. It was
Peter's is going to be a thing of the past, right? Exactly. Yeah. So you have it. Like movies, unfortunately, like I said before, COVID and obviously streaming is killed the movie theaters. You know, and also the fact that it's become too freaking corporate and less about the creative. And that's where you're having this pickle and everybody's fucking mad. And you got the a-holes like Nerdrotic and the Drinker and so certain Kettle One Drinker or whatever his name is. You know who it's like, oh, he got his channel back, by the way. Good for him, but fuck him. And that's what's killing the theater business. And these studios don't know what to do because they're freaking out because they dug a hole so deep that now they are like, yes, all they can do is rant and bitch and complain. Oh, Netflix says this and that, blah, 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 because Netflix won the war, and they know they're not about egos. They're not about the freaking ego of the box office. The box office. I don't give a fuck about the box office. What we care about is the viewer numbers. How many people watch the movie? How many times Has it repeated over and over again? That's what counts now. The box office, was that the rules of the game before? Yes, it was in the past. Now it's about engagement, views, ad revenue. That's where it is now. And if these guys don't want to get it, fuck them. And we're done. The movie's done.
Great
You were
movie.
cooking.
Great.
Shout out to Retro Nerd Girl. She's also participated in some watch parties with Silla.
Nice.
She had one going on her channel for a different movie. I forget which one.
Isn't Retro Wars? Was she watching Gargoyles with
Yes, with
Mama Bear?
Yes.
Yeah.
Shout out to Retro. There's a special stream coming up.
Don't forget to put the 2 thumbs up. That's important.
Yes, 2 thumbs up.
up.
Thank you, Phil, for reminding us that we gotta show our love and everything that Zach Skywalker the Jedi posted the Q&A and some clips, and I did too on my channel. But everything that Zach and Debbie said was for a reason. So when Zach was talking about, hey, you can dedicate a TV, and just like or a device, hey, we're doing.
You're gonna go to bed, just put it on your TV, put the sleeper for 2 hours, and just go to sleep. And then when the movie's over, TV turns off.
And this is how we win. This is how we win. I mean, we're supporting our favorite artist, right? And it sucks that we have to go through these links to support our favorite artist, right? But that's the times we're living in. Kind of what you were talking about earlier, Phil. Like, we're not gonna be part of these focus group agendas by these studios that just try to cater to everyone and end up alienating everyone, right? They're pushing narrative.
And that's why I'm tired of Star Wars, because that's a clear example of what not to do. And Marvel is almost at the point of no return. Like, hopefully Deadpool and Wolverine will, I don't want to say rescue, but maybe course correct the ship. And DCU, that's no comment there.
No, that DC is bleh. But see, this is why I'm glad the Snyder IP really only consists of Man of Steel, Batman v Superman, Ultimate Edition, ZSJL. Because the problem is, when you do too much of an extended universe, you can't. You're spreading it too thin. You can't keep the same quality for every single project. That's why, in some ways, I like the idea of Zach just having 5 films at that 5-film mark and nothing more. I mean, I'd still like some spinoff projects, but not too much for that exact reason. And like Rebel Moon, Zack Snyder said at one point he has a 6-year plan, and now he's talking 6 movies. But the idea is there's an end goal. The thing with Star Wars is that
there's a beginning, a middle, and an end. That's it.
Yeah.
You don't have to stretch it more and try to make more than, because there's no need. It dilutes the brand. It dilutes the quality of the film. Just one story, break it out in so many parts, blah, 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 and done. Like George Lucas had 9 movies planned, part 1 to 9. And obviously the last 3, we know what happened
Not
there, but
plan.
whatever. The Godfather. There's another example. 3 movies, 3 stories. That's it. They thought about doing a part 4 with Andy Garcia's character. They said, no, it's only 3 stories. Leave it at that. Because they keep trying to milk the damn IP, and that's when it goes to shit. Just keep it, and that's a problem, dude. These studios don't have the brain cells now to create new IP. Zach said it himself. The holy grail is original IP.
Yeah,
and that's why he's winning. That's why Netflix loves him, and they're gonna keep giving him money to keep. Okay, what do you want to do now? Do this? Okay, let's go. Boom, 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 because it's fresh. It's not rehashing over The Crow now. The new Crow movie. I'm like, come on, dude. And you guys, I'm a big Brandon Lee Crow fan. I'm gonna give the movie a chance because I'm a Crow fan. I love the character, the story. But even Eddie Hudson, he said he's not gonna watch it due to respect for Brandon Lee, because the man was there with the movie when he died. Like, right. I can't blame him for that.
Yeah.
You can't do that. You can't blame him for that. But so that's the problem. They're just run out of ideas. They have no ideas. And that's why they were dying to push the AI narrative with the stripes, and I'm glad they lost that fight, because no, you're not gonna get fucking lazy and shoehorn us shit that a computer's gonna create with a prompt. Use your freaking head. Use your brain cells.
Even Debbie talked about that, how they, you know, she made comments, you can see in the Q&A or that Skywalker posted. And I'm going to post some clips too, but she talks about how Hollywood, everything's a sequel or a remake or you know. So they're on that same mindset too. You know, they're creatives, but they're both, you know, fans as well. So they don't want to see, they probably feel the exact same way that we are feeling. You know, they just can't really say it because they're in the Hollywood machine, right?
Well, Zack said it already, like in that article, like, hey, I'm not going to James Gunn and telling him, hey, give me a DC movie.
You're right.
Like, the Holy Grail is original IP. He just said it in a different wording, because Zack is smart. But also, credits to Zack because he has a team, and he is trained on how to say it, when to say it, and when not to say it. And, you know, like, these guys are trained. They have public relationships spokesperson that train them to speak and choose the right words. And that's the problem that, and kudos to you. I think it was you, back then, that you had told Ezra, like, get a spokesperson to help you with his troubles.
I don't think it was me who told. I didn't tell Ezra that. Syl was the one who was advocating for that live. Like, now I did message Ezra once and got a heart emoji, but I mean, I want to make it clear that happened one time. I sent one message that Ezra reacted to, but like, I highly doubt Ezra knows who I am. But I think Syl has said a lot of. Yeah, I think some of Syl's. Because I think Syl had some sources that knew Ezra. I don't want to. I'm saying I think because I could be misremembering. I don't want to get.
No. I understand.
But I think that's what it was. And yeah, Ezra needed that because, I mean, look, we've all supported Ezra, but I will say, when Ezra had that one Instagram story about "you can't catch me, I'm in another universe," I'm like, probably not the best thing to be saying right now. You probably, but.
That's
the
Flash. That's the Flash, right? Can't catch me.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
You know, fuck the haters. I like that. I really do like that movie. I have some issues with what they did in the third act, but in general, I love the movie. I think it's a great.
It was okay, you know. I mean, it for what it was, with all the baggage that it had. You know, we enjoyed it as fans. Are there better movies out there? Yes, but you know, for what we got, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just go enjoy the movie, celebrate the Snyderverse, and
it's no ZSJL. I think we can all agree it's no ZSJL or BB.
No, but I will say this: Ezra Miller gave their best performance in that movie, in my opinion, because it highlighted. Like, if you're saying that Ezra Miller's performance in that movie is bad, you're just kidding yourself. Oh,
yeah.
Nice.
You don't have this comic. You never got it when you went to the movie. You didn't get a copy.
Yeah, it's the.
No, I got a poster when I went to the movie.
Yeah.
I didn't get a comic though, but I did get the. I
think it was
a cool poster.
AMC, right, Phil? That was the AMC one.
I saw this, and I saw it in Boston Comic AMC. Yeah, dude, I was late. For the movie. I was like, I arrived right when Flash was running towards Gotham, and it was a full house, and I reserved my ticket. You know, I had my seat. Obviously, I lost my seat because people kept sitting there, but at least I got a good spot. But dude, that was a fucking full house.
You're in Boston though, right? That's okay, that's and I'm not trying to like make this a political rant. I'm just kind of speaking kind of fact here, is that part of the problem was the blue state, like the Flash was doing really well in all the blue states. A lot of the red states, the Flash wasn't doing so well, because I think the controversy with Ezra affected more of the red states than the blue states. Again, right or wrong, whatever party you align with, I'm not touching that. I'm
independent, so it makes no difference to me. So I'm okay. So it's all good. But
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I'm an independent. I'm not.
Oh, yeah,
I used to be a Democrat, but I'm an independent now. But I've never been a Republican.
Liberal.
Yeah,
I could not.
I like to meet people in the middle, because there are things that the left have correct, but they also are going a little too extreme. Same thing with the right. The right has some good points, but they're also going way too extreme. So I like to be someone to, you know what? Let's find common ground where you agree with this part, I agree with this part. Let's find, boom, and done. And this is the best way to do things.
And the only reason I was like bringing that up though is because like it was like unfortunately a lot of the conservative states with some of Ezra's baggage. That's where kind of like more of the boycotts over Ezra happened, was in more of the red states than the blue states. Because, I mean, again, you were saying your theater was a full house. When I saw it on Saturday, that did not look like my theater. That did not look like a film that was flopping. That did not look like a film that was flopping at all. It was so. It's a shame that film flopped. And as I will say, the Snyder only fans who claim to support Ezra Miller, why were you calling for a boycott of that film? Because I can guarantee you that it's not going to be associated with the 10 minutes of screen time Ray Fisher would have had. It's going to be associated with Ezra Miller.
The Flash was also sabotaged, dude. It was also sabotaged. I mean, come on, like, dude, like, you're telling me that with all the money that you guys spent, you can't do a fucking render? Come on. Like, Mr. Vega, my buddy Vega, can do a lot better animation render than what we got in the Flash. And that's a compliment for my buddy Vega. If si está escuchando, Vega. That's a fucking compliment. Because listen, plus the Clooney, the Clooney guy.
That was
when I like drunk. Come on, dude. Like,
all Gunn. That's the thing. Gunn. Plus, not only that though, the free screenings, the millions and millions of free screenings. The Gunn wanted that film to fail. Is what people need to remember. Gunn, because if that film succeeded, the shareholders would have no choice but to. The shareholders would have said, do a sequel to that movie. And that would have outshined Gunn's DCU. Because Mikey Sunny reported to me that Ben Affleck would have likely been in The Flash too. And I will say this too. I think if DeLuca were in charge during the end of that Flash's filming, I think they would have refilmed with Billy Crudup. Because they could have done that. It wasn't like Henry Allen was in the movie enough that it would have been this huge hassle. But I think because they weren't going forward, there was no point in doing it. But absolutely, I would have preferred that to keep that continuity intact. But
listen, like, Gunn can have his sandbox. No one's going to go and play with him. It's that simple. Because the damage is done. Cavill was a fucking huge red flag. Like, you take our Superman away like the way you did? Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Like, no fucking way. No. Absolutely not. So, no. He's going to... Listen, Lunacy's going to come out. I'm not going to watch it. I ain't going to support it. And now, like, what? Like, his fucking trophy wife is, like, doing workouts with the other cast? Nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives a shit about hardcore and what's this chick's name? I'm not an authority person.
I don't know either.
Engineer, that's the one. The engineer. Like, nobody cares. Nobody cares. There's no buzz for these movies.
Yeah.
There's none.
Well, the problem right now, DC doesn't need to focus on the obscure characters right now. That's not what DC needs to do.
I know.
Well, we know from Sill's reporting is that yes, they're trying to showcase DC to the next buyer. Like, why? You don't. There's no need to showcase Jennifer Holland. Yes, thank you, Qatar.
That's the Jennifer Holland universe.
And that's another thing I'm going to critique. I have nothing against a husband and wife or whatever working with their spouse in movies, because there's a lot of examples of celebrities working with their spouses in movies.
Zack and Deborah.
Where I have an issue is with, and you will not gain my respect, is if you cannot get work and you have to be working on all of your significant others' movies and you can't get any other roles outside of that, then that means then you suck at your job. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You know,
I agree.
Until she gets some, and again, I don't give a shit about Gil's wife. I don't give a fuck. I'm just using it as an example. Like, if you're gonna be an artist and you want people to like you and respect you and go watch your movies and support you, me as a consumer, like, okay, show me what you got. If you got talent, I will support you. If you don't have talent, why should I even care about you in this movie or supporting you in your next show or whatever? You know?
Yeah.
That's how I feel.
I mean, when you had Debbie, oh, hold on. We have a disturbance in the force.
He's back.
He's back.
Once again, we got the one, the only, I like to call him Super Skywalker, the Jedi.
Yeah. I'm back, and I'm on a tangent. I'm hot right now, y'all.
Let's go.
And I even kept this on here just to let y'all know I'm for real. I just left the hospital. And I came in here and got right on here to come talk with y'all because I'm that hot about this conversation that I just had earlier. That let me know that the internet is not a real place. It just confirms it so much more, man.
I agree. Cook.
Y'all, I'm sitting here. I'm sitting here, right? And I'm like, yo, I'm thinking about all these criticisms that I've heard levied against this film. From, oh my God, Zach can't write, which was something else. Oh, he needs a ghostwriter. I also saw that. I'm sitting here having this conversation with this nurse about Nemesis, right? And just how this lady is so intrigued about how just everything that happened and how she got to know the love of a child again. Just like, and I'm sitting here and I'm like thinking, like, what's wrong with these people, yo? How do you, you don't get these kind of responses out of people with bad writing. You don't get everybody catching on to this whole great warmth thing with bad writing.
Yep.
Y'all get what I'm saying, right? Like, this stuff is resonating with people worldwide, all around the place, all around you. And to sit here and it's just like with BBS. The only place I'm seeing outrage and people upset is on the damn internet. It's ridiculous.
It's true. I was just, Sky, I don't know, you probably didn't know this, but my mom ended up stopping by my apartment on Monday, and it was a work day, right? She has to be up at 4 a.m. So by the time I got done with work, got through with the gym, got back, it was really late. And we chatted for a little bit, and I put on Rebel Moon Part 2. She watched Part 1 with me, loved it. Put on Part 2 at 10 o'clock at night. And I was like, okay, I'm going to watch this, Mom. She was locked in until 11 o'clock at night. I said, Mom, you got to be up at 4 a.m. It is 11 o'clock. You saw the first hour, but I'm going to have to turn it off because you need to go to bed. She was wanting to stay up all night and finish the movie. And I was like, Mom, this is going to be, I need to turn up this last part. She was loving it. And I said, we got to do the surround sound. It's about to be midnight. So my mom.
You know what the first question that this lady asked me was? Is there going to be a part 3?
She wants more.
And then she was like, well, who are they going to be fighting? Right? And I was like, yo, oh boy's still alive. You know what I'm saying? Like, whoop de whoop. And she was like, oh yeah, that's right. And I was like, yo, and then she was just going through like all the characters and like the impact that they had on her from movie to movie, and like how when certain characters died in Part 2, she was all like, even Blood Axe's death in Part 1.
Yeah. That hits you,
Yeah.
right?
And she was like, man, I wish he could come back. But yeah, he's gone. And I was like, man, look, this is crazy. The fact that, people are taking the stances that they are about this film or on this film online, it just really goes to show the gulf in between reality and the internet. Like I this is crazy. I have not wanted to run into one person in real life outside of that person who said that the Batman was the greatest movie ever, right? Which I'll excuse her from this conversation. You know what I'm saying? And I said it to her face. Makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like that you hated Rebel Moon. You know what I'm saying? So but cool. It's like, man, it's utterly ridiculous, people. Don't listen to anybody, yo. This is crazy.
That's why all these narratives and all these fake, like I was talking Sky earlier, I was telling Bat Dan how there was a predominant YouTuber. I had some free time, and I was like, I just was like, all right, let me hear what they have to say. They were going in about, oh my God, Zack Snyder starts filming this wheat, and there's just so much of the wheat, and all the wheat, and has nothing to do with anything. It amounts to nothing. And then we were just seeing the scene where Titus was talking about the plan. And I was like, yo, some of these narratives, they're not even
crazy.
They literally expect, and unfortunately, I think some people, drones, sheeple, will probably, that hate Zack Snyder already, believe what these people are saying, right? Like, oh, he doesn't even do anything with the wheat, but the movie fucking tells you why the wheat's there.
Yo, the entire battle is centered around the wheat.
I remember you telling me, Sky, on our last chat that you said, Phil, the wheat's important. The wheat's important. Now I know why.
Yeah, right? Because they had to grow it. And I was like, man, why would they do all this work growing the wheat? But no, it absolutely centers around the entire wheat thing. They use it as as General Titus said, their bartering tool, you know what I'm saying? And their shield.
Oh, Sky, I got another one to add with that too. I saw a complaint on Twitter. Why aren't they using robots to do the weeds, to do the farming? I'm like, they explained that in part one, that they believe that doing the work by hand connects them more to the land. And what's funny, Sky, under Twitter, I see the exact same response by different accounts over and over again. Zack Snyder is a terrible writer. Snyder is a terrible writer. Snyder is a terrible writer by different accounts, but they're saying the exact same thing the exact same way.
Bots. Each and every single last one of them, they're bots. Look, man, I done got a peek behind the curtain, y'all. You know, I went to the land of Oz. I got a peek behind the curtain, and the wizard is just a fucking man with a weather machine. You know what I'm saying? and it's all bullshit. They're bots.
Yep.
Yo, look. I swear I wish I would have been armed with this information back in 2016 in the BBS days.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. Yo, man, we'd have got the Snyder cut that damn month. You know what I'm saying? Like, real talk, yo. This would have never happened in the first place. No, like, it is insane, the difference in people's reactions to this movie online and in real life.
Yeah.
Hey, integrity. I wish that I could say that was true for me, but I ran into that one person that said that they didn't like Rebel Moon Part 1, and we were sitting there talking about it, and I was going back and forth, and I was like, what's your favorite movie? She was like, The Batman. I was like, oh, okay. I'm sorry we even had to have that conversation earlier. You could have lived with that, and I'd have just left it alone. I wouldn't even ask you what you thought about Rebel Moon. I would not have even have asked you that question. You did? we really just wasted a whole bunch of words. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you could have led with that. But yeah, but that's the only person that I've met that said that they like that movie, and they just happen to be the only person that also said they didn't like Rebel Moon. So it kind of makes sense.
Hey, out Nolan. So
And out Nolan, look what that. I mean, and we don't even know if the Batman Part 2 is even going to happen now. So,
hey, we know what's going to happen on Netflix, though. We know what's going to happen on Netflix, though. I bet you Zack Snyder get a damn sequel. Hey, I bet you that shit.
We're ready to what, Sky? We're ready to what?
Hey, right? Bruh.
What did he say?
The Great Warmth, bro. The Great Warmth, Josh. It's coming.
Twice. And what did basically Zach say as in regards to learning anything on Rebel Moon to bring over?
Bro, I wasn't even talking about DC. That's what's so crazy. I was talking about Rebel Moon. Right? Zach getting sequels on both sides, bro. I'm sorry. Shouts out to Matt Reeves, bro. I'm sorry that, it's something that you made that actually resonated with way more people than the Suicide Squad did. I'm sorry that you got to give your movie up for that dude, bro. Like, I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry that happened, but we see Netflix treating Zach all right. So, you know what I mean? We got DC sequels coming. We got Rebel Moon sequels coming.
We had Dan Lin.
You know what? Something, before I forget, one thing, though, I got to give kudos to Zach is that he tweeted and supported the Batman. Because when it came out, he tweeted out and saying to Matt Reeves, hey, that looks like a cool movie. So, Zach is a gentleman. He doesn't take things personal because he knows that Matt Reeves, he's not at fault of what happened to him, but at least he's a gentleman. And he's also a fan. He's also a DC fan. He loves Batman. So, okay, hey, you know what? I'm going to throw this out there. Hey, great, looks like a great movie. Good luck. And even Reeves. I'm sorry, what?
I would say Matt Reeves supported the Snyder Cut too. It went both ways. They supported each other.
Exactly.
Like I'm a hot take. Like I may not be a fan of the Batman, but I know there are some people that has its audience out there. I kind of hope that it gets its trilogy. Because here's the thing. I can make a choice not to watch something, but if something has its fan base, I want them to get a proper conclusion the same way that I want myself to get a proper conclusion. And interesting. What could that mean, I wonder? Huh.
Hey, Sky.
I mean, I don't publicly say about anything about this guy anymore, but when Sin Havoc says something, let's just say I pay attention.
Life imitates art and vice versa.
I would listen to Sin Havoc as well. Just saying. You know.
What did I not like about Rebel Moon? That I have to wait for Rebel Moon 3 and 4. That's what I don't like. I need Netflix to give us these. It's like, Zach is he's ready to go, right, Sky? The quote was,
it was my first time watching Rebel Moon on my phone, right? Because I've been watching it on my TV and on the big screen. Sorry, guys. But, you know what I'm saying? I have been watching it on the TV and stuff, and I was watching it on my phone in the hospital. I was in there chilling, watching the film, and the details and stuff that you can pick up on your phone, bro. This movie is so fucking beautiful.
Yeah.
This movie is gorgeous, bro. It's gorgeous. And I'm sitting there and, this whole time, y'all, I'm just like, this was like a come to Jesus moment. I'm just in the hospital, just watching this movie, just having all these thoughts. And then I have this conversation with this nurse. And I'm just like so energized. And then I see that Jonathan shot me a link. What? Like, man, it's all coming together, bro. This was meant to be.
Yeah. There's been a lot of things meant to be with you, particular Sky. So I'm
telling you, man, this should be great. Y'all, I swear. I woke up feeling like shit this morning. Y'all see, I wasn't on cartoons and cereal. Like, I'm not making this up. 100%. I was feeling like crap. Had to go to the hospital, all that. I'm like, man, like, the hell. And I'm like, man, watching some Zach will cheer me up. Just put on this movie, and I just randomly say, hey, you got Netflix? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, yo, watch Rebel Moon. She's like, what? Bro, she went off. I couldn't get her to stop talking about the movie. She was like stopping what she was doing and was just talking about the movie, bro. And
just
y'all
let her
know,
talk. Just keep talking, keep talking, keep talking, keep going, keep going.
I'm loving it, right? But I'm like, can you finish hooking
You
up
should
my
have recorded it. You should have recorded it. Next time when you get something, just record it,
You
dude.
can't record in
Record
you
it.
can't record in hospitals like that, unfortunately, though.
Oh,
They,
no. Oh, fuck.
Nah, man, no, like I'm like, yo, like I'm loving the conversation, but can you finish hooking up my EKG, please? Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm loving the conversation,
You take
but
care.
can we? Yeah, like, but no, she was literally just stopping in her tracks and just standing there and talking about Rebel Moon, bro.
Going off.
That's awesome, dude.
Oh my
Awesome.
god! I'm
That's
like,
what
wow, this is crazy.
that's what powerful art does, right? It gets you freaking activated.
But
All
also,
I
like,
said was the word. Wait, hold up. Last thing, Phil. All I said was the words "Rebel Moon," and it just triggered a cavalcade of thoughts in this woman's brain.
I love it.
Like,
I fucking
y'all
love
have
it.
no idea. I just said "Rebel Moon," and it was a wrap from there. And she threw in Dune 2, right? Which much love to Danny. I wanted to go see that in IMAX as well. Loved it. Great sci-fi. Very, very cinematic film. Can't wait for part three. But she was going in about Rebel Moon, bro. Like, real talk. She was going in about
That's
Rebel
a happy
Moon.
consumer. That's a happy consumer. That's a
Bruh.
good. That's a good sign.
it reaches the
And
Old
general
enough to be
audience,
my
though.
grandmother. She's my grandmother.
She talked with everybody then. She spread the word.
Hey,
Crazy.
That's
But that just
fucking
shows
awesome, dude.
it's reaching the general audience, and that's what we need for Rebel Moon to be a success. Because, like, we're nerds, we're involved in this stuff. The fact that the normies are liking it, the fact that, again, that Zach had a whole conversation with a nurse about Rebel Moon shows the impact that it's making. I mean, that is huge. That's really huge. And
Guy, not Zach. You know what I'm saying? You was like, Zach had a whole conversation with a nurse. I was like, oh shit, I don't know if Zach did that. You know what I'm saying? But I did.
oh, did I say Zach? I meant
Yeah,
Sky.
yeah.
I meant Sky did. Thanks for reading.
Hey, you know how the internet is back then. They be like, oh my god. Now they're saying Zach talked to somebody that Sky talked to.
Yeah.
gate.
No, I did not mean to say that. I'm sure that's gonna get clipped now, though. So, whatever.
Nah, it's all good, bro. Well, it's whatever. We hear back then. But what was you saying, bro? Finish your thought.
But the fact that shows that Zach has reached the general audience, because that's what we need for Rebel Moon to be a success, not just us normie or us
Hardcore.
fans watching it,
Yeah.
but the fact that normies are watching it and liking it too. And I plan on showing someone else Rebel Moon Part 2 very soon, and it to kind of again show that engagement for Snyder, because really, I mean, we need Rebel Moon to be a success, not just to get more Rebel Moon, but to get DC too, because why would Netflix invest in Zack for DC if Rebel Moon fails? They have no reason to do that then. Zack needs to be a success for DC to happen, for the DC stuff
Not just
to
for
happen.
DC, but also for him. For him to stay working, and stay making his movies, because there's a lot of stuff that he wants to do. He's saying that he wants to get the Sucker Punch cut out. He wants to. He said also he wants to do an Excalibur movie and down the line also. So there's a lot of stuff, But yes, we want
Gears of War, bro. Phil too. He got to do Gears of War too, bro.
Yeah.
Gears of War. That's another one.
Oh yeah, no,
and the most important one of all. The Dark Knight fucking Returns. That is the fucking creme de la creme. When he makes that movie, and mark my fucking word, he will make that movie.
Yeah.
Game fucking over. Mic drop. He will be solidified as the greatest fucking comic book director ever.
Yo, this just hit me.
What?
Zack does ZSJL 2 and 3,
Mm-hmm.
completes his arc,
Mm-hmm.
right? We all know how that movie ends, right? We're gonna think that that's gonna be Ben Affleck's last time playing Batman. No, I think Zack's gonna do a bunch of other stuff, and then his last comic book movie, I think one of his later films will be The Dark Knight Returns
Yeah.
with Henry Cavill and Ben Affleck when they've gotten a little bit older. Facts, bro.
It'll be a
I think
Logan. It'll be
that's
like a
what
Logan movie.
They're gonna
Yeah,
have to label it
100%.
Elseworld or something so they know it's not
Yeah,
canon to.
no. It would have to be Elseworlds because we would have already seen what happened in ZSJL 2 and 3,
Right.
Yeah, but
right? And it's already a confirmed multiverse.
yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
And Ben Affleck and Henry Cavill will be of age, and by then it could be at Netflix, or hopefully the Warner Brothers at that point will be in a better situation and a
Long as
better.
we get ZSJL 2 and 3, I don't give a shit where this stuff. I don't care where it is. You understand? I don't care where it is. No, I'm saying,
Not ZSJL 2 and 3.
no. I'm saying as long as we get ZSJL 2 and 3, I just
Yeah.
don't care where any of this stuff ends up. He's already about to be working with A24, apparently, right? So, he's gonna be back. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's gonna be in theaters, right? So, come on, man. Is that gonna be in theaters again, man? Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, Dark Knight Returns that's gonna be his $1 billion film. That he will cross the $1 billion marker when he makes that movie.
Films,
If you
I
get
think that
Justice League 2 and 3
$2
and
billion.
it's a hit,
Like $2 billion.
hey,
I think. Well, I don't
I'll
think it'll
watch
be one
it
film,
multiple
Bruh,
times to get into
bruh,
that finish line.
transcends everything. That transcends everything. That is the greatest graphic novel of all time.
It's his favorite.
Pretty much, like, I mean, look, if you ask people, I think the majority of people will say that that's the greatest one of all time.
Yeah.
Got my copy right here.
Yeah.
Wait,
And
really?
With,
Havoc? That would be under the ZSJL IP?
What? What?
hey, it could
Please
be.
explain.
It could be. No, it could. Because what if it's the same characters? You could totally still do it, just change the time period.
right.
You know?
Because
Man, look.
he's been talking
And it's a
about
confirmed multiverse.
yeah.
It's confirmed. Look, if Zach has a multiverse in his thing, then he already has other universes in his world. So it could just be, hey, these characters in another universe. And it even could be the 80s, maybe. Right? Like, it really wouldn't matter because it's probably still his Justice League.
Isn't Gal in that now in the Dark Knight Returns? Or sorry, not Gal necessarily, but Wonder Woman in the Dark Knight Returns. Correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm remembering that correctly.
Not on the. She shows up in shit. I don't remember if it was on Strikes Back or the Master Race. You know, the Master Race guaranteed.
And Strikes
But
Back.
I don't remember if she also shows up on. I haven't read that one in a while, so I'm having a brain fart there.
He has a daughter with Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman has a daughter with Superman.
Yeah.
They
Batman is with Selena Kyle. You know what I'm saying? She's the one that's in the Dark Knight Return, like, for the most part.
And could you imagine Jared getting jacked to be that big hulking Joker, and to have that little tunnel of love scene with Batfleck?
People be eating Jared Leto after that.
Before I forget, Sky, I shared with Josh and Batman the mutant model. Remember the one I sent you on Twitter? I shared
you already saw it. Never mind. I
thought you were about to say a render, you know what I'm saying? But not, hey, that's hard.
Yeah.
That mutant is hard.
Castillo's been cooking, man. I mean,
for sure.
Zach doesn't. Have you watched some of these interviews, Sky, that Zach has been doing, like the Josh Hart?
Man, I've been out the loop, bro. This whole like week, man. I don't keep it a buck. I've been under the weather, y'all. I was streaming still for a little bit, but yeah, I was not feeling well, and it all kind of culminated on these past few days. And yeah, I went and I got some feel good stuff, and I got some fluids in me. You know what I'm saying? And I feel a whole lot better. And I felt compelled to come have this conversation with you guys tonight.
No, I mean, that's the testament to the Rebel Moon. Literally, you're over here probably having, a situation where you just need to be taken care of, sustained by healthcare workers, and you're over here having an entertainment conversation about a freaking megastar director in Zack Snyder, who apparently is so low from the internet, but this elderly Japanese nurse could not help herself to have a conversation with you. It was preventing her from doing her job. Like, that's
crazy, bro.
Power.
Bro, if she would have said that she hadn't seen it, obviously it would have been, oh yeah, so hey, just check it out, you know what I'm saying? And I think that you'll like it. No, I said the words Rebel Moon and it was a wrap. It was like, nope, nope, nope. I love this movie. Let me tell you why I loved it. Let me tell you who I love in it. Right? Like I was like, man, come on, bro. This is crazy.
Hey, that's why we're doing these streams, to spread the word. In my social circle, Sky, I haven't heard one person who said they didn't like part 1 or part 2.
Not one. Oh, by the way, before I forget, yeah, she does show up on Strike Back. This is my least favorite story of the Dark Knight, but the Master Race, I liked it. I liked it a lot. But
and actually, I was gonna say, Batman, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say also, Batman Spawn, the Images comics, is actually in the continuity of The Dark Knight Returns.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
and that's the beauty about all these things. We're not going to like them all. There are some movies that are stronger than others. I'll give you an example. I didn't like Legends of the Ghoul. I didn't like it, but that's okay. Some people liked it, some people didn't. I didn't like it, but that doesn't mean I'm like, oh, blasphemy from Snyder. No, dude. There are some things that I'm going to like and some that I'm not going to like, and that's with every artist. Art is subjective.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
This guy's picking up nurses. You said,
hey,
picking up nurses.
Nah, I couldn't believe it.
Do your thing, man. You be you. Do your thing.
I was so shocked, y'all. I was so shocked that me just saying those words triggered that kind of response, and seeing how like she just lit up and just couldn't stop talking about it. I was like, man, this is wild.
I mean, this is the power of Zack, and in that I think the creativity that he put. I replayed the movie. If y'all have the time and capacity on your devices, make sure to put replay 2 thumbs up on Netflix. But I'm watching it right now, and like Curly Ray, SPR Dave is saying like there's supposed to be a Nemesis comic coming out with like
oh my god,
right? Like
this is not the end.
This is not the end of these character stories, right?
Could you imagine how much that's how, man, look, Nemesis resonated with this woman so much. Yo, it was crazy.
That's my favorite backstory, guy.
Yeah, she was just breaking it down about like how she was just like feeling her about how she lost her family and her children and blah 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 blah, and just why she went on the became this creature of revenge. And I was just like, yo,
there's
craziness, bro.
And
shout out to Nemesis, Duna Bay. Duna is Bay.
Duna is Bay for sure. We talked about this guy. Like, it's so interesting to me that nobody wants to praise part 1 or part 2, because we shouldn't have to praise it for this. But look, just like Suicide Squad 2016, a international diverse cast without being pandering, right?
At all.
Matter of fact, these are people and this is their story. This one empire affected all these different groups of people who happen to reflect our real world, right?
You know
Exactly.
what? Let me say something. Because I think it was Nerd Roddick, bro. I think it was Nerd Roddick who had that damn thumbnail, bro, about Milius.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
and yeah.
And
I haven't
it
seen that.
made me sick to my stomach, bro. To sit there and act as if in any way, shape, form, or fashion, anything in this film was pandering or woke. You guys are insane.
No.
So now we're saying that we can't even have a diverse cast anymore. No matter what the fuck is going on. It don't matter how it's written. It don't matter if the characters are just strong because they're strong, right? It don't matter what happens. We just cannot have representation in movies at all. Are you guys insane?
There's a word for that, Sky. It's called racist. If that's like, I mean, what should the movie have just been all white men fighting each other? Should that have been?
I don't know. That shit is crazy. To act as if Zach made Rebel Moon woke is comical, bro. It's disingenuous at best. You know what I'm saying? You guys are man. Look, that's what I'm saying. I got a peek behind the curtain, y'all. The emperor has no clothes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sorry to tell y'all, but it's the real deal. Y'all seeing it right here and now. How is this movie woke? How is the Milius character woke or cringe? What happened?
She's a girl. That's their reason. Is that a girl is
I don't,
badass? That's woke now.
I don't know what's going on.
No,
I
not
don't
only
know
that, he also
what's going on.
critiqued. I don't know if it was him or the other kid, Ryan. I don't know what, but he's
I
also
didn't even
in with.
watch the. I didn't even watch the video. I just saw the thumbnail. I
Oh
don't
no, I
even
don't
watch.
watch it. I don't watch it either.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't
watch it either.
watch them at
But
all.
these guys have complained. That I don't remember which one, but it was one of his buddies had complained that like Sophia's fighting, but she's a girl. She's not supposed to like. It wouldn't be a real fight because she would get her ass kicked. I'm like, dude, do you really think a woman can't kick a guy's ass?
Hey,
Yeah, she can. In
I
real
mean,
life, a woman could kick. Okay, so a man, yes, is physically stronger than a woman, of course, but that doesn't mean the woman can't kick you physically because she might have techniques. She might train in martial arts. You know, she might even when you're going throwing a fist, she might use your weight and strength against you to counter. You know, like that's like if you're a person who watches fight like mixed MMA, mixed martial arts, you see all that shit. So for them to say later on now that a woman can't beat or block the hits or anything, go fuck yourself, dude. You don't know nothing about fighting.
hey, I'm gonna keep it a buck. I was in the army. I know some female soldiers that'll whoop some of y'all YouTubers that be saying that same bullshit. They'll whoop y'all, 100%. I'll put money on it, 100%.
Tell him.
100%. Anybody that was calling this movie woke, I would put a challenge. You know what I'm saying? Like, I bet you I got a female soldier that'll whoop you.
I would love to see that
Crazy
happen.
this, man. Crazy, bro. This is crazy. They acting like Cora was overpowering these dudes, right? That's how you know how silly that this shit is. Cora was using distance, leverage, her smarts, the environment. She wasn't overpowering these dudes like that, man.
Yeah.
Yo, it would have been visibly jarring to me if I would have seen that. But that's not what happened.
She's messed the F up flying that ship back down, escaping the King's gaze from falling on top of her. If I remember correctly, what I just saw, she looks messed the F up fighting Titus.
There's a reason too with the Korra. They had to pull the ship out. The crash landing, she didn't do a good landing. That's why they had to.
Oh, that's another thing they complained. Like, why did they're pulling the ship out if it's a ship she landed? Motherfucker, she crash landed. Like, but again, they gotta hate. They gotta complain. They gotta make something to make it negative. Always.
Why never got y'all car stuck in the ditch, dude? Why you didn't just drive out? Just drive out, right? Just drive out of the ditch.
Just drive.
Sky,
drive out of the ditch.
My first job was a Pizza Hut delivery driver. I backed into a ditch, and I actually did try doing that exact thing where I tried to drive out. Now I was younger and stupid then. I tried to drive out. All I did was make it worse, actually.
Yep. I got stuck in a ditch too when I was stationed in Kansas. It was snowing like hell, and got stuck in the ditch. Had to have somebody with a Jeep Wrangler and a towing cable pull me out. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out to bro too, whatever his name was, because he sure did save me that day. But yeah, look, but according to these jackasses, I should have just drove out, right? Just put the car in reverse and just drive out of it. Idiots.
These narratives, they reek of desperation, Sky, and that's unfortunately they that's the thing that they think is just the people who are stupid that don't pay attention to fucking art are gonna just believe, right? But it's willful. That's willful ignorance that they're preaching. They want you to be ignorant, to just go along with
Josh,
these narratives.
It's what Sky said this in his streams a few days ago. They're desperate because they know they're falling behind. The box office is dead. Streaming is the future, and they don't have a place, and they are trying to fucking bring the shit down because they have nowhere else to go. Instead of getting along with the program and trying to stop being too corporate and go back to the creative and leave your egos aside, James Gunn, by the way, leave your egos aside and do your art, and people will show up. But that's the problem. It's too corporate now, and it's hardwiring because it's not working, and they're getting desperate. And the more, dude, right now, we've been watching Rebel Moon Part 1 and 2 back to back. Not just because Zach told us to, but also because we want to see it and refresh our memories on what's happening and what's going to happen. And now when the directors come, it's not going to be 2 movies we're going to be watching and having watch-alongs and talking about. It's going to be 4 movies. So the numbers are going to go even higher, and they're going to get even madder, Sky. Way madder.
Hey, I don't care. Right? I don't care. Nah, man, this is ridiculous, yo. This is an assault on the fact that Netflix is winning, Zach is winning, yo. This film is winning. People are sitting there trying to change the narratives. I saw one jackass in my comments sitting there talking about some, oh my God, you guys are acting me. We all knew Rebel Moon was going to go number 1 when it really, y'all wasn't saying that shit before.
Oh, shit.
You're on mute, Josh.
I said, I heard nobody liked Rebel Moon Part 1. I heard Rebel Moon Part 1 was a flop, even though it was number 1 in the world.
They said all movies are number 1 on Netflix when they come out. I was like, okay, I didn't know that was the case.
So Zach,
I didn't know that directors get their own icons.
Zach is 3 for
Right.
4. Zach is actually 4 for 4, right? Because didn't Army of the Thieves go number 1?
I think so.
Well,
Man,
that's not Zach, but still Zach's universe.
I mean, it's Zach. So ever since
shout out to Brad Cage from that movie too.
Yes.
Dean and Rebel Moon. We hardly knew ye. You know what I'm saying?
He's coming back in Twilight of the Gods coming up.
Hey,
Oh, that's gonna be a good one. Twilight of the Gods.
That's
Cartoons and serials definitely gonna be
right?
like going nuts there with Twilight of the Gods.
That's the Rebel Moon, or not the Rebel Moon, the Army of the Dead universe.
No,
Twilight of the
Twilight of
Gods.
Army of Thieves.
Twilight of the Gods is. I thought that was part of the Army of the Dead universe.
No, it's
Oh yeah, it is. It is.
it's Norse
Yeah,
mythology.
because
I
I
thought it
remember
was more mythology, but it was still connected though, right? I thought it
it is
was.
connected. It is mythology, but it is connected because in the vault of Army of the Dead, I think I
Yeah,
forgot the name of the vault. I would have to go back and
the,
take a look at the movie again. But
the
they
Greek of the
reference part of
right?
the
Or something.
mythology
This
in Twilight of the
the
Gods.
Yo, that fucking Zach be cooking, yo. Bruh, this is crazy, man. I cannot believe these people. I can't believe them, yo. I can't believe them. Can't believe it, but hey, I can.
They want to hate it. They're desperate to hate it, and it's ridiculous.
Release the hounds. That's what they be doing, bro. They be like, release the hounds, right? And then all these dudes go jump on stream and be like, oh, I don't like Zach's movies, I think that he needs help writing. I'm like, bro, there was two
Nope.
other writers on this film, bro. Why you guys acting like there were other writers on this film? So even if you wanted to blame the writing, right? Even if you wanted to, there was two other writers on this film. You know what I'm saying? We're just gonna act like Zach didn't have other writers, bro. Like, what are we talking
But
about, bro?
Zach has even gotten shit for writing Man of Steel. He didn't write Man of Steel. He
Didn't?
directed it. And he still gets shit. Oh, the Man of Steel sucked. Zack Snyder wrote it poorly. Like he didn't write the
Zach
damn
didn't write a
movie.
good story.
Did that film? Zach directed it, but Goyer and Nolan were the ones who kind of came up with that film. If anything,
Bruh,
you should
they said Chris Terrio came right. That's what I'm saying. Like, they're sitting here saying all these fucking Oscar-winning writers, bro.
but I guess Jimmy Pooh can, right? But Jimmy
This
Pooh
is wild.
No, apparently. Oh my God, no. There's a reason why the first Guardians film is the best of the three, because that's the one that Gunn didn't write, and Army of the Dead again had rewrite for a reason.
Wait.
Dawn of the Dead is what
Wait. So you mean to tell me that the most universally loved Guardians of the Galaxy movie is the one that had another writer on the shit?
Yeah.
But Zach ain't right. Bruh.
defend the narrative.
Defend the
It's
narrative.
crazy that
They keep throwing them
it's
out there like
amazing that
can't defend it.
all these channels like trying to defend Gunn's narrative back and forth, all for access. Access for what, dude? For what?
For passes to see the movie sooner and get interviews with people. That's unfortunately what it is. Is that they want press passes, they want to get interviews. I mean, because remember,
So they want to be part of the club. They want to be
Yeah.
part of the club, but what they don't realize is being part of the club means other things as well. Selling your soul to the goddamn devil, basically.
I mean, I will say this right now. There's people I'm trying to get on my channel for interviews, but I'm not going to say that. Oh, okay. Here's an example. This has already been said on my channel live, but I want to get the director of Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey on my channel. And Trey was worried that he was critical of the movie on my watch party. But I told Trey, no, if you have to lie and say that you like the movie to get this director on my channel, then I don't want the director on my channel, because that's not how I roll. I want everyone, and if I have a channel, I want all my guests on my show to be honest about their feelings for the movie, even if it hurts my chances of getting an interview with someone I want to get an interview with, because that's not how I roll. I'm not going to tell people to lie, because we all have integrity, even if it's not. And unfortunately, Zack Snyder, there's a reason why because like people need to remember, people like Zack, they're told whose channels they can go on. Like when they're doing an interview for a company, the company says you can go on this and this channel. And that's unfortunately why a lot of these fake channels get Zack Snyder a lot, because the people who approve for him to go on these interviews are the ones who have followed that agenda. So
and not only that, they screen, and also they screen the questions. Oh, you can ask this, you can ask that,
who's your favorite Spider-Man? Don't ask about DC at all.
What you have for
Well,
breakfast, right?
dude, don't even remind me of that stream, please. Do not remind me of that damn freaking stream, because that was, dude. Not only that, remember the super chat that Zod did? That was a lie.
Right. We got Clark Kent right here, who's gonna go
Hey.
across the country, fly across the country with his cape, put on the glasses, put on the vest, get out the mic, and get the source to say it for himself.
Wait, damn. I guess I kind of can't speak on this, huh? Man, you know what's wild though is that my entire time being on YouTube, right? I've been upfront with all of you guys. And honestly, I think that's why I've had somewhat fucking success on YouTube because of the fact that I'm honest with you guys. I'm gonna tell y'all what I think and what I feel, and that's it, right? If I don't like something, I'm gonna say that I don't like it. If I like something, I'm gonna say that I like it, and if I love something, I'm gonna say that I love it. If I want to rock with a certain person, right? I'm gonna rock with them. If I don't want to rock with another person, I'm not gonna rock with them, right? It's plain and simple. And I appreciate when people move like that around me and in our community, just like with what Bat Dan was saying, because I do believe that it is in my steadfastness of like not letting these relationships try to poison what I'm doing. I think that's why we've been successful, yo, because I went into this thing wanting to talk to Zach, but not feeling as if I was ever gonna um compromise what I believe to be able to talk to Zach. Right? Like that's not what I want. I want to be able to stand on my own merit and have my work speak for itself. So um being able to talk with the man and have these conversations with him and literally be able to ask him questions, knowing that I did it the way that I felt like it should be done, which is exactly what I wanted and not what some outside force was trying to push on to me. That makes it even that much sweeter. And I think that what we've been able to do can really or should really go a long way to show you guys that, hey, it doesn't take these fucking relationships to be able to have these experiences and go talk to your favorite director and ask him questions that could have an impact on things at a greater level. Like you don't have to know people. You don't have to have all of this access. You can literally be somebody that just is a fan and loves this dude's movies and go from the chat rooms and being in the chat and super chatting to doing what we're doing with sale and all this stuff now. So look, anybody can do this. It just takes a amount of passion and work ethic, and it could all be there. You don't have to sell your soul for these relationships. You don't have to, like I'm not gonna let nobody run a train on my channel, yo. Y'all not just gonna be coming through allowing me to or just telling me what I can and cannot talk about or who I can and cannot rock with, because nah man, that ain't what I'm about, yo. Like I'm about professionalism, efficiency, work ethic, all that kind of stuff. Right? If you ain't coming to me talking about something about that, then hey, have a nice day. Real talk. Option three. So,
Option three.
hey man, just keep pushing forward, y'all. We winning, yo. In reality, this movie is the shit.
Hell
So, damn the internet. Facts.
Hell yeah, Sky, man. And to that point, I think, you have been that beacon, that icon, that light for all of us, right? Good fellas like Bat Dan, Phil. Like
Yeah.
I don't remember, a time when I don't think I wasn't on YouTube. before Sky? I don't know if you were on YouTube back then before
Not
Sky.
my own channel. I would go on other shows, but
Castello, were you doing?
I started getting mostly involved now, like recently, with like more on YouTube. But yeah, I'm saying.
But now you're more
Actually,
vocal.
Josh, I'm actually going to credit you, Josh, for this because you had said many times that this was before Full Circle, that you were like always part of Still Nation. You were always in the background, like looking, supporting, but like keeping like your own space. And then all of a sudden you went to Full Circle, you met Sky, Sil, Leon, Zach, and you told us other stories that we're not going to talk about, but you know what I mean. And you started, doing your own things. You started your own channel to, try to spread the word. That kind of motivated me also to, I was going to start a channel, but I changed my mind. And I actually did tell this to Sky that I decided, you know what, instead of doing my own channel, I'm just going to do what I can do to contribute to the community, which is my 3D animation. So that way everyone has their strengths and they focus it on contributing and to help spread awareness on the cell movement. Good Austin does his art. Raw Talks, does the banners also for the cartoons and serials. Everybody has something to contribute for this movement. It doesn't matter what it is. If you have something to contribute to help us, keep the conversation going, anybody's welcome.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right.
And shout out
Look, and hold up real quick, because let me piggyback on what he just said, right? About Josh being an inspiration, right? And it's true because look, y'all have no idea. Josh was the first person that came up to us at Full Circle. Facts. And if it was not for him, I would not have worn that suit on the Sunday. That's just a fact, right? So Josh has been look, this dude flew across the country, you know what I'm saying, from Texas, right? LA,
and that
bowling.
kind of Sky kind of knows a little bit more. Like it wasn't easy for me to do that. Like
No, not at all.
And it's a lot.
Trust me, I know. Because I had to pick up and fly in New York. I get it. Like this last minute, oh my God, is this even legal for me to do this? Because man,
it was not cheap either. I was talking to my friend who came to me the Full Circle shoot. He was like, wait, so how was Rebel Moon Part 2, the premiere? And he was like, wait, you had to spend how much for a last minute flight and this and a hostel? And then I was like, hey, you got to show up for stuff you're passionate about. And I told you this, Sky, like, I think I said this on stream, like, you were part of the motivation for me to do this. Because I was like, all right, I've never been to a movie premiere. I know Zach's going to be in the building. And of course, it's going to be a little bit extra to know that Skywalker the Jedi is going to be in the talking. We were like, can we make this happen?
Josh was the only people that knew I was going. Like nobody knew outside the cool table that I was going except Josh.
Because I kind of helped you with part 1 get
right.
Yep. And I was like, we talked, we were planning, and I was like, I want to go for part 2, but I think you need to be there for part 2 more, and so you got it locked in a little bit before I did. I got confirmed late, like later than you, and I think that was a geography thing. And then I realized I was like, I need to say I'm somewhere where I'm not somewhere, and then I was like, okay, and then it got confirmed and la la la. So we had to. It's not like Sky. Like, don't think Sky is part of Access, or no. He had to work, and the same to you. No. Like you had to show up for the screening that I helped you get tickets for, right? Like it's not easy. You got to move stuff around.
It's not easy.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, I had to take off work for my screening because I had to make sure I showed up early enough so that I would get seats. Plus, again, as I said before, I'm a suburb person. That screening city, that's
and I take off work to go to New York. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, we don't do this shit. for no reason. Shout out to Bad Dan. Continue, bro.
Exactly. I refused to drive in the city, so I had to take public transportation, and then I had to take the public transportation back at night, which I'll just say, at night's a lot harder because you get more sketchy people at night, and also the schedule is less consistent because it's later in the night, so not many people are taking the bus. So, like, it's a day. Like, it's for a 2-hour movie. It was a 7-hour outing for me from waiting at the bus stop to getting back home. But I did it for Zack Snyder because and I took a half day off work that I could use for a later time in the year. But I'm like, because I hate taking off early this early in the year. But for Zack Snyder, you bet I would do any. I wanted to see that movie the way it was meant to be seen and show my support for Zack. And there I met other fans. I had a great conversation with other people at the premiere and the showing, and they like Zack Snyder. They all like Zack Snyder. They hate the current DC, but they like Zack Snyder.
Right? And you get to meet people and they be from all over, and then you get to have dope conversations and just being in line and all that stuff, man. Look, I mean, it was off the chain, yo. Josh, I wish you could have been at the part 1 premiere. That was different.
I
That
know.
was different. That was like the whole red carpet dig, like Hollywood Boulevard. The stars was out, but I actually like what Netflix did because I'm pretty sure that they saw what happened with part 1, and they was like, "Yo, we ain't about to give all them critics and stuff that kind of setup again, yo. We about to do something for the fans."
And you felt that, right? It was for fans.
It was fans in there. It was a fan screening.
Like I told you, Brett Colbert didn't get a ticket. It was because he had a +1. Milius didn't get a ticket. It was because she was a +1. There was a Velt soldier at our screening. His name is Thor, the guy who blows himself up in the trenches. He was at the screening, but he was a +1. These actors had to come with fans to get into this.
Facts, 100%. And biggest fans out of them all. You know what I'm saying? Got that book. You know what I'm saying? We got the book.
Super fan.
Oh yeah. When are you gonna do? Are you gonna show? When are you doing the screen for that?
Yes. I was gonna do that sooner, but I got sick, man. But no, I got that coming up.
Well,
cool.
Man. I want to start wrapping
this up. Are y'all members?
Yeah.
I might put that as a member stream. I don't know.
Dude, hey,
there you go.
That might be for the members.
Y'all better become members, I guess.
Back.
I gotta start.
I just realized something. Just a little bonus here. I just realized that we're all 4 of us. We're all from different corners of the states. I'm in Boston. Sky, you're in LA. Josh, you're in Texas, and Bad Day, you're in Chicago. So east, west, south, north.
We got
representing the whole U.S. here, guys.
Hey, you gotta represent.
But they act like this is just, oh my God, it's just 14 people. Y'all remember that?
Well, like Qatar is saying, he's another one that was inspired by Super Sky. And like Mama Bear, thank you for the shout out. But it really, I was just, I go to Comic-Con, right? Like I go to these events before, #sell was a thing. And I think I have receipts to show that I'm a Zack Snyder fan. Okay, like I'm not one of these ponies that's trying to use Zack's name as clout. I really don't have an interest in being famous, so to speak. I've dabbled in entertainment. Bat Dan, I've told you this. We're going to talk about, I've had a little bit of background acting, not really, but I'm not.
Oh yeah.
Like I went to New York City, tapped in with One Iota to be a audience member, and I've been in some few background scenes of stuff. I love entertainment, but I quickly realized at a young age, I don't want to have the pressure of a famous person's life, right? A person who is an empath, that's my strongest suit. That's why I work in social work, right? But also something that I like is empathizing with people and therefore characters, right? So when I see art, right, or I see people like Sky, like Batdan, like Costello's Way, like Phil, showing unbridled, unfiltered passion for something that they love, that a corporate company has taken away from us, right? But we don't just let that be, right? We continue to rebel and fight to get the art that we want, right? So it's all symbiotic, is what I'm trying to say, Mama Bear.
Right.
I just,
Yeah, because look,
just like Sky, just like Batman.
I was gonna suit up because the plan was to suit up on Friday and Sunday. I was gonna rock the Man of Steel suit on Friday during Man of Steel Day and the black one on Sunday. But I saw that they was talking about no costumes.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of what the thing said. It was like no costumes. And I was like, damn, man, are they even gonna let me do it? Right? And I was like, well, I don't know, right? Blah, blah, blah. So I was like, I'm gonna just go in something regular. So I go in something regular Friday and I see Josh there. Josh has on the shirt with the cape. And I was like, damn, well, you know, I can see how that's kind of skirting the rule, right? It's like, it's not really a costume, but you know,
I was rebelling.
right? He got on the shirt with the cape. I was like, okay, you know, uh, it's fine. You know, I wasn't really tripping. That second day on Saturday, when he had on that damn cowl, yo, I was like, oh no, oh no, oh no. I was like, I'm rocking this damn suit on Sunday. I was like, nah, because he straight up had on.
That was my knee brace. Okay, that was my knee brace. Yeah, I literally had it on my knee under my shorts in case anybody said anything. And then I put it on when I got inside and started taking pictures. And everybody was like, oh,
hey. Nah. When they let that rock, I was like, ain't no way I'm not getting this suit off on Sunday. And yep, Sunday I snuck it in. I had on a super like thin backpack and I had a hoodie on. So you couldn't see it, you know what I'm saying? And during that intermission I hit the bathroom real quick or the telephone booth, you know what I'm saying? And I came out with it on and it was a wrap, you know what I'm saying? And the rest is history. So yes, shouts out to Josh for real, because if he didn't have that cowl on Saturday, that would not have happened.
Well,
100%.
That's all Zack Snyder-esque energy, right? That's literally why we are fans of this dude, because we know the story. We know all that. We know how he literally had to shoot his version of Justice League while being mandated to film a lighter version for the studio, right? So he was already filming two versions. And lo and behold, with this movie, he got the permission to do two versions because they're like, we know what you like to do. So, man, like, shout out to y'all. I do want to start wrapping this up because we've been going a long time. But I want to go around the panel for anybody who has something that they want to plug or anything that they want to say, because we have the man right here, Super Sky, straight out of the hospital. He's not lying. He's not lying. He was in the back to tank, but now he's out. He's feeling exactivated thanks to his nurse, whoever that was.
Crazy.
Thank you so much for having
3 IV bags later. You know what I'm saying? I did 3 IV bags today.
Man, I mean,
I think she was just switching them because she wanted to keep talking about Rebel Moon. You know what I'm saying? She was like, yeah, so, you know, Cora. I was like, hey, keep it going.
Man, I mean, we're so privileged that you came and gave us the story, Sky, as we're engaging with Netflix, right? Because that's something that you started. You're the inspiration for this. You know, I do want to give a shout out to the homie Sil Abdul. He's the one who hit me up and encouraged me. He was like, hey, let's try to get more people do streams, and I've kind of been talking to people about it. I'm like, hey, let's try to stagger these out. I know Sil and Retro did one. Of course, Skywalker the Jedi did one. The Bat Channel did one. I think Qatar did one. So let's encourage more, because the first 28 days really is important, right? So let's go around the panel. I'm going to start off with Bat Dan. How are you feeling, knowing that, you know, we got to watch this, engage with Rebel Moon, knowing that the journey that our Super Sky has been on to get here? Like, how are you feeling right now, Bat Dan? What do you want to tell the panel and everyone in the chat?
I'm feeling great right now. I think we're on a really great path right now. Zack Snyder is proving a hot commodity now more than ever. So I'm very confident in Zack's future at Netflix, that we are going to get more Rebel Moon, that we are going to get some DC. I think things are looking great right now. And yeah, we're going to continue to keep fighting. Got to continue to keep engaging with Zack's current projects, because that's how we succeed. Whether you want Cell to happen, whether you or not, if you claim to be a Snyder fan, we need this to succeed. For DC, to get more DC for Cell, but also just to support a director that we're a fan of. So I'm feeling really great right now. And Josh, on Wednesday, I cannot wait to talk some Rebel Moon Part 2 spoilers with you at 8 p.m. EST. So be on the lookout for that, assuming that my Rebel Moon merch, I've already said it was a hat on Twitter. So yeah, my Rebel Moon hat comes in on time from the Netflix shop. So that's why it didn't happen on Friday. On yesterday, was because my Rebel Moon hat did not arrive in time. So be on the lookout for that. And I'll try to get some watch parties in myself too. I'll try to get a Rebel Moon Part 1 and Part 2 watch party in within the next days. But I'll be taking some time off streaming soon. Just a lot of shit going on in my personal life right now, but that doesn't mean you won't see me around. I'll put it like that. You'll still see plenty of me around. And I still have some streams I'm doing soon, and we'll be continuing engaging. So I'm feeling very excited. Lots of great stuff. And have a space-tastic day.
Yeah. Thanks to the homie Bat Dan for always showing up. I'm always, grateful for you to engage in conversations, Bat Dan. He's been somebody just, I think, you would say that you were kind of inspired by Sky to have these vocal, honest conversations like we're having on the stream, wouldn't you say, Bat Dan?
Yeah, 100%. Exactly. Like, that's why Still Nation is great. And also another person who inspired me was Mikey Sutton too, because with Geekosity, he would always say that they don't give in to the corporate agenda. They tell the real story.
Yeah. And Mikey and Sky, longtime streaming partners on the night shift, and other streams, the collaborations were always, something that motivated us as fans, right? To just open our heart, right, Bat Dan, and just live and fight for what we wanted. And Mikey always did that for us. And I want to give him a shout out too, because he does deserve some recognition in this community. 100%. He's always, honored on Skywalker streams and the Cool Table streams. And he's probably feeling activated right now watching you go off, Skywalker. I'm sure. So thank you, Bat Dan, for joining the panel, sharing your thoughts. I mean, he's proud of you. He's proud of you, Bat Dan. He's proud of you, Sky. He's proud of you, Phil. I mean, he's proud of Shield Nation in general and everyone here. So Phil, I want you to take a moment, go ahead and give the people an idea of how you're feeling watching Rebel Moon again for your 4th time, how you're feeling that the Skywalker, the Jedi is out of the back to tank, feeling activated as fuck. How are you feeling, Phil?
No, dude, 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 I said it before, I'll say it again. Snyder owns 2024. Dude, like, he's just started a hashtag. I'm like, that is so GOAT, dude. So GOAT. The Rebelverse. I love
Rebelverse.
it. No, dude, I'm happy. I'm finally, we're getting, like, I know we're not there yet, but dude, we're on track. We are definitely on our way to getting what we've been asking for, as not only as just fans, but also as consumers. We just want to finish the story. Like, if you throw out the Lord of the Rings and you finish it halfway, all the people that were like Tolkien's reader would revolt also. So it's not like it's like, oh, it's just the Snipes. No, any IP that you have a love and passion about and you disrespect it that way, people will revolt. Most definitely. So I'm glad that we're finally getting the recognition that Zach's getting the love that he deserves, because he's gotten shit from Hollywood for years. But we know why he's gotten it, because he's not, he doesn't follow the program. And he shouldn't. He said it on the stream with the Russo brothers. Just don't fucking compromise. Your art is your art. You shouldn't have to compromise your thing because of a focus group or corporate, whatever. You know what I mean. But yeah, dude. Like, definitely, let's just keep watching Rebel Moon. Like, again, guys. I'm gonna, before I go to bed now. What time is it? It's midnight. Okay, yeah, I've gotta go to bed now, and I'm just gonna put it on my TV, repeat again, put to sleep, 2 hours, then boom, done, and just keep at it again. I'm ready. Like I said, I'm ready to start cooking now the next animation, because I had a little setback, but I was finally able to to solve it. So definitely going to start working on that. So I won't spoil it. Well, I can spoil Sky because he's the general. He gets that privilege. But yeah, definitely going to start working on the next one, and it'll probably take me, because my parents are here now, so probably 3 to 4 weeks. So stay tuned. And yeah, Rebelverse.
Let's go. Shout out to you, Phil, for always cooking up something for us. Your dedication and your passion for powerful art does not go unnoticed, man. Like, it's been a pleasure to have some conversations with you and DMs and whatnot. Get to know you, and thank you for making your debut on my channel. I saw you in the chat, and I was like, you know what? And you showed up.
Dude, I saw it on Twitter. I was like, because I was with my parents, we're visiting my uncles, and then I say, oh, Josh and Beth are on the stream. I'm like, hey guys, and then you're like, hey Phil, want to come in? I'm like, oh yeah, I'm just driving back home. Give me a few minutes, and boom, here I am.
Well, thank you for showing up.
Thanks for the invite, definitely, man.
That shows your dedication to this cause and this movement, because it's nothing without all of us, right? And I think I speak for all of us when I say that this man has really been one of the one of the most powerful people in this movement to really keep something alive, right? Like, Skywalker, you really have kept this fandom alive. I will say, the real fans, right?
Yes.
Because everything that I see on the timeline, and people who have claimed to be Snyder fans, and then having these narratives, it's been really hard as fans, right? For our mental health and for our own, interest in entertainment. It's been hard to keep going, right? But you, sir, have really been so treasured and valued for all of us, I would say, because you talk the talk, you walk the walk, you show up for us all the time. When you have your own stuff going on, straight out of the hospital, you're here doing a stream with us. So I want to ask you, bro, how are you feeling right now, knowing that you've inspired not only us on the panel, but a lot of people in this chat to continue to stay the course, not give up, not move on, not go quietly into the night. You've inspired a rebellion. How are you feeling, homie?
Man, it's crazy. It's tough. Because ever since you guys brought up Nike a second ago, I've been having a hard time kind of not focusing on how much I miss him. And right now, the feeling that I have is, I just hope that the things that we've continued to do has continued to make Mikey proud, he believed in this thing so much, man. Like, you guys have no idea. I mean, I think it came through when we were on streams and stuff, right? But I don't know if you guys know, but he he really did, man. Like, he would talk about it at length before streams, after streams, always hitting me up, giving me information about stuff that was going on and ways that we could, like, kind of circumvent certain obstacles, right? And kind of get over some of these things. And um, he just so much believed in it. And he made himself available to me at any time for anything that I needed because he believed in this thing so much. And um, the work that we've done, I know I've said it before, but it's the truth. We only think about you guys. You know, um, I didn't push cartoons and cereal back like I wanted to because I knew we had to get them shirts up, and well, because they were already up, and we had to let you guys know. And I was like, no, we can't like do a video or something, or just put it out on Twitter. Like, no, they have to have a stream, Like, it is because I know how important this is. It's so much bigger than any one of us. It's bigger than me. You know, it's bigger than all of us. I've seen the impact that this stuff has on people. I've seen how the Snyder Cut, ZSJL, changed people's lives that you would never even think about. You know, and the more I continue to be in these situations where I meet these people and these conversations are being had, just like what just happened when I was in the hospital just now, right? That is why I take this shit so serious. That's why I do every single thing that I can do, to make sure that this thing is successful. Because if it is or isn't, it will not be because I didn't try. It just won't. And I know that it's better in our hands than in the hands of these other people because we saw what happened. When this cell thing first came up, people like to forget this, but we released it to everybody. We released the reins and we let it go, and we was like, yo, just have it and just everybody run with it. And we saw what immediately happened. Immediately we saw that in the wrong people's hands, this shit it was never going to be a thing. It was never going to be able to come to fruition. So I go so hard because Mikey believed in me and what we were doing. I go so hard because I know how important that this is and the impact that these films have had on people. And this is how we fight back, yo. Everybody, we can fight the system, right? It's in all of Zack's movies. There's different ways to fight the system. This is our way of fighting the system. This is our way of resisting the programming. So that's it. It's as simple as that, really. I understand the gravity of the situation, and I will be putting forth, like, I don't care what it takes for me personally. I said that shit on stream, and I mean it. I don't care. This will be done. Love you guys, and I love this community. Thank you for having me, Josh. Be tuned. Be sure to be tuned in, guys. We got a lot of dope stuff coming. I'm gonna be doing a Rebel Moon double feature pretty soon. I just had to take a little bit of time to get better And yeah, we right back at it.
Thank you so much, Sky, for really sharing, your heart and your passion, because I think we all feel, all your words every time you stream are always sincere, always keeping it 100. Whether people like to hear it or not, you show up and you're not phony, you're not fake, you're not, a plant. You're a fan, right? And that's hard to find in the Zack Snyder online YouTube community these days, right? There's always discourse. There's always.
Most definitely.
So we are inspired by Zack's rebellious energy. You got that rebellious energy from Zack. Mikey saw that. United you guys. Sil saw that. Galvanized us even more, right? Phil saw that. Bat Dan saw that. I saw that. And the Cool Table was obviously formed because of that rebellion. And I think it goes to show that, we're not all, siloed. Like Phil was saying, we're in different sides of the country, but we're united for this cause, right? And I think it's interesting that it kind of makes a cross. Something that, hey, I think we're gonna be blessed down the road with something on Netflix. So I'm just gonna say that. I want to give a shout out to everybody in the chat who showed up, showed love. Sin Havoc said, "Health comes first. Get well soon, Skywalker."
Yes.
And I think
Take care of yourself, Sky.
We all need to be grateful.
Yeah.
That you showed up.
Thank you too, man. I know you were you have to take a break also all of you guys, because this fight that we're doing, yes, it can drain you mentally.
Yeah.
So if anybody has to take a break, take a little time out, recharge, and get back on the horse. Absolutely, because I've had to take breaks also.
Yeah. Nah, I just want to say this. It was a space where it was something where like they didn't really know what was going on. I have a better sense of what's going on now, so I should be feeling a lot better really soon. So no, man. I'm right back at it. This month is too important. It's too important.
Yes, sir. Well, to that,
Me.
I think it's something that we should end on, where Sin Havoc wants to thank us for having a great stream, but he also wants to ask, Spartans, what is your profession?
Oh. I brought more soldiers than you did. You really did.
We're behind you, General Skywalker. Super Skywalker. Shout out to everybody who's continuing the rebellion. Keep engaging with Netflix and stream Rebel Moon Part 1 and 2 on Netflix. Everyone have a good night. Rebels! Let's go! #sell.
Shout out to the Cool Table too.
Shout out to the Cool Table before we go.
Hey, y'all came in clutch this morning, yo, for sure. Much love, guys. Love y'all, man, for sure. And shouts out to all y'all as well. Be tuned in. We got some special stuff coming for y'all, for sure.
Can't wait.
Like Zach said, stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
See y'all later. Grab us.